flameZ overlooked the possibility. So hang on, the pistol's lined up for Longs. mezii and ropz down to like a single 5-7 bullet. Peak efficiency.
And just on time, jinxed it. So they did get their opening kill right there, and they're able to convert their third round of the map. And themselves a bit more to stand on. We'll see if there's a comeback. We'll give it the respect if they can get past the first full gun rounds. Right now, it's vitality on the force.
That's what Kool wanted to see.
As tough as young men not to get dejected.
Of course. You already felt like the odds were stacked against you with this high seed you gave yourself. Smashing your way through stage 2 effortlessly.
Yeah, the gift. Right, impromptu wall. Oh! Apex runs into the bullets.
Yeah, did hit one of his own as Jug's low, and now just running and gunning into Kraveni. Okay, quick trade from ZywOo. Got Demon and Symmetry already down here.
Yeah, you can't rotate through the vents either if you're Jugs. Too low HP and it's already risky. ropz to activate late. If he can find a way out, they can still pivot back up. They don't have to commit towards B. They know a rotation will have been drawn. So a lot to worry about still if you're FUT, right? Nobody had eyes on outside, so they could have gone back up. Opportunity that there was the lurk piece of ropz. He's coming to join this down towards B. There's about 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to brute force this site.
Symmetry's like quite far away. He can react to the info.
Demon's in at least a spot that's good for one. So Demon can, Symmetry can get there in time.
This is their go. 15 seconds, Demon. That, can't get anything. ZywOo perfectly cleared him. Now that enables a plant, no one can stop this. They will extend play.
Jugs is low.
Dropping. You should have that first bullet, but wow, Jug still gets output. Still don't ZywOo to get past, and he is lethal. One-on-one. Longs denies another ZywOo ace. He's not going to stick it. mezii's going to call his bluff. He has no idea where he's gotten off to, but the door is closed. Next time he touches that bomb, mezii gave it a go. It's Longs who keeps it strong and an important clutch.
If ZywOo got another ace there. All right, the one back on overpass was just to keep their record spotless. The one here was to kick off the map, and if that one happened, it would have been to close this one. 3 and 2 maps of play. Would have been out of this world, but the fact they do so much damage.
It's clear on Demon.
I'm surprised he gets nothing done here. ZywOo just absolutely creams him there. And Jugs, that's a very important shot on the ropz. On low HP, very good output. ZywOo lusting for that. And then I guess mezzii's thinking if it's a 10-second stick, I might have the timing on him right here, right now. So Apex wanted to say something there. He restrained himself. ZywOo in with a hero AK. There's deagles, some blocks, and, well, smokes. So action will be on ZywOo. He looks like he wants to test his luck over towards ramp, and at the moment it would just be a 1v1. Just Demon here playing a bit of an off angle as smokes are being dotted outside now. So they're hoping this softens the ramp rotation, whether it's the ramp defender dropping down or his point of rotation having to deal with something else. They really just want to be able to isolate the fight. Kraveni's on his way though. They'll be too strong.
ZywOo pathing forward. Demon takes contact, and down goes ZywOo. Empty hands. Should be spotless. Just the one. Make it 2 from flameZ.
All right, he's got the bomb. He can get down towards B. Rotation will have to be Longs through vent.
Glass not broken.
Light on time, 30 seconds. Can't really make too much of a play.
Best bet is the plant. And the doors will swing open.
Trying to pull him off.
He gets away with it. Understandable hesitance from Longs.
Gotta be some one-taps.
It would have to be impeccable, and the first is his somehow, some way. He makes it threatening.
All right, it wasn't ZywOo finding the output on the hero AK. It was flameZ. Bomb goes down. Plenty of damage done. It's going to leave this CT reinvestment a little bit wanting. Krebeni's going to need a drop. Jugs and Cemetery should be able to oblige, and the high end is Demon. He should buy himself as part of this.
Doing the thing.
The wave again. The Cologne wave.
It's the Cologne wave. Starting early. What do you reckon, Cologne? You think FUT are going to put a couple more rounds on the board? All right, all right. See what Vitality have to say about that.
That's 2 HEs that gets you absolutely nothing, and now the second smoke wall. Trying to stall out this secret cross, but so skittish with the util, right? They're definitely feeling the pressure of FUT.
At least Krebeni's got a smoke for this. He can jiggle, block, get the info. Might force a pivot.
Unfortunately, the AWP is over towards ramp, so they can deny any access as long as Cemetery hits his shots.
He did deploy a smoke early. Fading now. Krebeni versus ZywOo and flameZ. Oh my god! What? Oh, and the response from ZywOo looks otherworldly. Taps off his head.
35. They've got to pick a bomb save. Still got 2 players over towards lobby. Apex is still outside.
Looks like it's going to be B. If they can get past Demon on ramp, they can join him. And he just walked into the angle.
A Cemetery with the AWP down here. He's going to hit every shot.
It's not comfortable for an AWP in this position, but wow, makes light work of Apex. Now ready in position to deal with ramp.
That one
the
too.
jiggle from ropz did to connect, and he's hit the follow-up as well. Fallback AWPing. One-man army. Cemetery has some support arriving. Longs from single door, bomb ticking. Jug's going to kick up a fuss from the ramp side. ZywOo poised and ready in his major form. Doesn't hit that one tap, drops into the site. Ready for Longs. Tries to bring him down, but it's again Longs that bests him.
Not planning for mezii.
It's uncomfortable for mezii. Feels like a guarantee. We get a 6th here. Cemetery's done enough. Yeah, beautiful. FUT will find a 6th. Threatening throughout. And strong AWP presence from Cemetery. 3 important kills to get that 6th round on the board.
Yeah, mezii really had to get going there, and that's going to be a very tough clutch for him either way, right? This is great work from Cemetery. The fact that he hit that shot through the wall on ropz, he was already scared about taking that swing. That put him on notice, but the time forced him into it, and then mezii just sticking out. Partial bite from Vitality, lost bonus into the next round of play, maxed out. This is now 4 straight. And I think they got here with a force buy win. So Vitality, in a way, have let them back in. And they had those similar woes back on Anubis, right? Losing the light buys. So back to plague them again, as they've ducked under the scope of the AWP for now. When Krebeni, now he's feeling himself.
Aggressive maneuver bears fruit.
This is interesting. They've left util on silo for Apex. Makes that look routine.
Yeah, and yet flameZ's the difference maker. He's been audible, though. Oh, Cemetery doesn't pull the trigger. flameZ, he provides an opening kill, or rather a return to the norm, a 4-on-4. There's another one where that came from. There's a whole lot more if he does clear out the vents. Jugs with 2 back. It's mezii in the lobby, empty-handed. They crunch in. Krebeni's aggression started off proceeding strong.
Timeout taken, Xtaz. First time he's felt the need to do so in this map, but now there's just a 4-round game. Pressure starting to mount, and this should have been done. This should have been over. The fact that you come into the second half, you win the pistol, at this point it should have been game. FUT, they're not giving up. And Kool, the calm and presence. You never hear him getting aggravated in these timeouts when we've had the listen in. Stayed calm is just asking for accountability from his team. Just wants you to put your best foot forward, pun not intended. Right now they're making a map out of this. Sure, it does feel like a matter of time because some of these rounds have come down to the wire, but it feels that way until it's not. Jugs does fantastic. Even starts to transfer there into ZywOo and Krebeni. Peekaboo.
Lovely double up.
And there's that signature roar.
What does round 19 have in store for us? Oh, ropz has got his own back. Krabeni, he found ropz in the previous. This time, just a timing unleash of the mag finds Krabeni just in front of the door.
You got to understand what he was up to there as well, right? Trying to rotate down the vent, so someone else is going to have to address that possibility unless they want to call the bluff.
Molotov will force Jugs out of position. Head on a swivel in combination with Longs to defend that top site. Is ramp completely open? It appears so.
Apex bringing the bomb over now. Cemetery just returned.
Down. Yeah, he just had a little look. It's mezii that takes him down. They've got everything they need. Cutting off the rotations as well. This looks like 12. ZywOo removing Jugs. ropz just shoots Demon in the back of the head and nothing for Longs. I mean, he's in the right place at least. Even a fake Apex baits him in and takes the headshot himself.
All right, well, important timeout there for Xtaz. He takes it, they take the 30 seconds, and they convert the round off the back of it. That's all you can ask for. Whether the coach just gave you that extra time or he made the suggestion, it's going to look good in the stat column right there for the boss man. And it feels even better when the opening kill comes that way. Krabeni just getting caught. That's a tough way to go down, and then easy shot there for mezii. They all just fall right into place one by one. This is where those close rounds come home to roost. Kool takes his final tactical timeout, and we get to take a look at the complexion of the buy. It's 2 M4s, an AWP, and 2 MP9s. There's no kit possible, or at least not prioritized. It's weapons and util. That's just to hold on here. You made it a bit more of a competitive affair. You've salvaged the scoreline. It's no longer going to look like 2 blowouts back-to-back, but can you drag Vitality deeper in their first series?
Even with the compromises in the buy.
Orb starts ramp. Looks like they're going to give them the yard space if they throw the smoke walls. They can't really do too much about it. Krabeni outside has a HE with the M4. It's just Apex out here, so they're hoping to force a big rotation. So what they wanted to cross, they have. Playing to the door smoke, ropz. Move straight forward through it. Here they come.
Classic ropz maneuver, and it's going to try and provide a crack open of the site. Demon spotted heaven. He's chipping in. Nice work from Demon. He shut them down. Sure, they've dropped. Sure, B site's vulnerable. Cemetery, is he going to play ahead of this? He is, and he's caught flameZ. Thought he had time to make progress ramp. Cemetery makes it clear there's no access. Picking up that Molotov will delay one side, trying to channel them into the other, which is what he's primed and ready for the headshot, but it's Krabeni that's hoping to profit here, and gets the info. mezii's a dead man. And Apex thrust into an impossible clutch. A 1 versus 4 goes 1v3.
Okay.
A 10-second defuse, sure. And it's a good plant for this position. Covers great from Demon. Individual still popping off for FUT, and they hang on by their fingertips for another round of play.
Does Xtaz want to take another one?
I mean, the correlation between him calling it and them converting.
Well, they've got money right now. Fortunately for them, because they had such a landslide within the first half, if they keep losing rounds, getting the bomb down, they've got max loss bonus, right? So they're going to be in a buy position. And it means that FUT, this comeback is as hard as it could possibly be. It couldn't be more difficult. You are not going to break the money of Vitality. That's the unfortunate truth of this one. So try to get tricky with the vent drop. Now this buy looks a whole lot better. 4-round game.
Multiple smokes are going to pop in unison.
Yeah, 2 questions. Outside the secret and the vent drop possibilities, both available off of that util.
Demon's in the right place for this. He's got the AK-47, and he's got multiple members of Vitality heading his way. elects to just drop off immediately. Goes off the flash, anti for him. Symmetry burns through, trying to lend a hand, get some info, does good damage. No lethality, it's ZywOo versus Demon if he does swing. They're waiting for that reaction from Symmetry. They know there was an orb nearby.
ZywOo could flash him into hell right now. Not taking the swing, just hoping for a shot. So Symmetry's palmed away, giving them the space. 40 seconds, 5v5. Demon's coming back up for a look.
It's that reclear Vitality are holding for. Just on that uncrouched tip of their head, flameZ's nailed it. He's not going to expect a second though, so Krebeni profits. A 4-on-4 and Symmetry spotted looking the wrong way. Info flowing, Jugs down to Apex, that's a big headshot! How's he got two? Symmetry, you're overrun, mate! ZywOo takes him out and it's just looking like a 13-8 scoreline after all. A hard-fought fight from FUT up against the top performer ZywOo, but Vitality will start off stage 3 with the win.
That's a big roll let out from Apex there, Anubis. They can forget about that. The ring rust no more. The type of form we had from ZywOo in this series is exactly what you want at a major, especially IEM Cologne. This here right now is the team to look out for. Forget about the lack of practice in their American campaign. That messaging, it's true. They're here to play, they're here to win, they're here to go back to back to back.
You want to talk about messaging? I think FUT have actually sent a message to everyone else in stage 3 is like, we can make these boys work. Sure, overpass a write-off, a big win on Anubis. That's going to be a conversation throughout this stage is if teams have more than one map they don't want to play, that Anubis is a vulnerability.
You bang on, they got their toughest opponent out of the way early, so dealing with Vitality, sure, it's an L, but you can't play them again in the Swiss. Remember, FUT Major rookies, they would love just to get on that playoff stage. I think they've still got a chance, but Apex called the boys a good game in this one. That T-side on overpass, they made it look easy, but coming up next, we got Falcons taking on G2. Let's see if that one delivers to be a bit of a barn burner. That's the first step of many for Vitality to lift the trophy here in Cologne.
And the form's there, isn't it? You know, saw ZywOo, flameZ as well, his openings, he was just generating them. And it sounds like we've got an interview on the stage.
flameZ, congratulations, winning ways for Vitality here. Very good overpass as well for you. That was statistically the best map of this year so far. Did you notice this?
Yeah, overpass was my... I didn't notice, but it's cool. It's nice to have.
Yeah. Obviously, with the win here, how are we feeling? Because we've seen clear weakness, and that was the first map. Why did this happen? Was it because of the map, because of the maybe rustiness coming into the stage fresh?
I think it's definitely a bit of rustiness because we haven't played officials for a while. I think we actually played decent, but I think they also played really good. But I think we played decent, but we lost a lot of entries, and you know that's tough to come back from 4v5s and 3v5s every few rounds. So they had a good city, and obviously when they got to T-side, you know, things clicked for them, and they won the pistol. They won the first 3 rounds, and it's going to be tough if the first buy round we have they just destroy us. So. Either ways, every time we play a major and we lose the first map, so it's fine.
It's a curse or a blessing because then you go and to win it, yeah. Right? As well. But I want to ask about this nuke because at the end it was getting a little bit, you know, closer. Just how are we feeling about these kind of nerves or closing the games? Obviously, you're very good at that, but obviously FUT as well looked pretty sharp on the server. So any thoughts on nuke specifically?
Well, I think this side is tough on nuke. I think so. So when we play, we try to, you know, to compete in every round in the sense that every round we would try to bring it close. Even if it's an equal, it's like, let's have a plan for this equal and these kind of things. So even though they kept winning rounds, they stayed 2 alive. It was like 1v2, these kind of rounds. So it was, we knew that we're getting into good situations. We just need to click in the last few seconds of the round, like, and we couldn't manage to do that. But obviously the last 2 calls were pretty good from Dan. So we will put in really good situations, and you know they're a team that pushes a lot and does mid round. So against them, like it's really nice to play CS because there's gonna be a response. It's not just gonna be everybody waiting and stuff like that. So you just gotta have the right headshot, and you probably win.
Apex clinched this map with 2 great calls, and over to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about the game. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stiko. Thank you so much, flameZ. And yeah, well, just right back to winning ways, you could say. A lot of control, a lot of composure there in the latter 2 maps of the series. It's great.
Yeah, 2 good showings from both teams, like just in a little bit of different ways, right? Vitality, you know, showcased to the rest of the teams here that even if you win the first map against us in quite the blowout, then we're still here to play, right? You know, it's going to be taking a bit more for us to be knocked out. And then on the side of FUT, I think they can be proud of what they showed today. There's still a lot for them to learn. There's still 4 rookies here coming to the Major, and it is just a tough task going up against Vital in your first game. But there's still a couple of mistakes that they're going to be having to, iron out, because, if you make that type of mistakes or let rounds slip away where you have advantages like that, then you're not going to be beating the best team in the world.
I think, unfortunately, their map will just get a little bit exposed, right, against the likes of Vitality. I think against some other squads, they'll get away with not having to... Firstly, they're not that good on overpass, so they don't have to worry about that. I think FUT's overpass isn't as bad as Vitality made it look, and then they can get away with not playing Nuke, right? The problem is they would prefer to play Dust, but Vitality is incredible on Dust too. After they pick Anubis, they're not going to get Mirage as a third against that, and Vitality's permaban is Ancient. So 2 of their best maps they're not really getting, and I think it might just come down to that for FUT and a playoff run, right? Like, do they have a bit of luck in terms of the matchup so they can get some of their better maps in these games?
Yeah, and what we got here was, yes, we did have a response in the op department from Symmetry, but at the other side of it, it's kind of hard to have a response for the gentleman named ZywOo. That's why in round 6, you see him kind of give those anti-hero vibes out there towards Big Garage.
Yeah, I just think like this round just showcased that even if you actually decides to go counter ZywOo, he still gets so much work done. This boost is specifically designed to catch him, and he just catches this small glimpse.
How did he know?
I don't know, like he's just so smart, right? And even at this point, he's been spotted, then like the constant bombardment of to break up the smokes, even kills Symmetry just holding him, like knowing this peak is gonna come by, right? And finds another flick here, and that's the thing. And like then when you think he's gonna be caught in the back, you see someone sneaking up ladder, then at the right moment, ZywOo decide to turn around and unscope him, right? And this was just like, it's just a small showcase of what he brought to this series. Even at that amazing clutch where he also no-scope the guy coming out of HUT, and I had a small chat with Ash in the green when we watched this one, and he asked me about what is it that makes ZywOo so good, and it's like, it's funny because when I asked him all the time when I play with him in Vitality, like, how do you know this guy is coming, and why do you always seem so prepared? And he's just like, I don't know, like he doesn't know actually. It's just based out of intuition, and it's kind of crazy that a guy that can perform at such a high level so consistently can have these output and it's just hard for him to explain what he does, because it's the sixth sense that just keeps kicking in.
Yeah, we're talking ZywOo. Yeah, surely we've seen his antics in the server together most times on the desk. It's just a tribute to what he's capable of pulling off when he has to. And most of the time, the supporting cast, they really don't always need him. So that's the kind of the beauty of Vitality, Yanko.
He almost had 3 aces. I mean, there was the one on T side where he ended up with a 4K, and that's the one guy you're not worried about if he has a bad map. Because the lackadaisical nature of ZywOo, just, it's not him choking, it's not him tilting, it just happened. And he can go into the next game without a care in the world, the next map, right, and put out the sort of performance that we saw after Anubis. And he is unique as sort of a superstar player, right? A lot of them have ego, a lot of them have a bigger personality, bigger character. He just enjoys the game. Like he just loves playing it. He doesn't overthink things. It's kind of annoying how many different things he does just based off of intuition while being the best at it.
And just looking at how he put out the numbers in those 2 games they won, if you could just remove Anubis out of that equation, that would have been like, he even puts up these numbers by having such a bad map 1. That's incredible.
Peter, this next team, hell, even in Yanko, this next team that's coming up on the screen here is going to be Falcons, right? So you guys sticking around for that? Falcons G2? I know we should be.
We saw what Dong did. We saw what ZywOo did. Monacy, you're up next.
Yeah, you're up next, guy. All right, so let's do this. We go to a quick break so that you can all get your lickies and chewies out here on the concourse, or even at home, head over to the fridge, grab whatever you need, and start to get buckled in for what the ride is going to be of Falcons versus G2 at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 Stage 3. Let's go.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. 1 round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh wait, My bad.
You suck.
Settle your debates, search your profile on CS Stats, and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Welcome, Nico.
હા બોલ ને દીકરા કરણ શું
જિંદગીની દોડભાગમાં આપણે હંમેશા ઘણું ભૂલી જતા હોઈએ છીએ
કાકા
પણ સારું લાગે છે જ્યારે તમારું કોઈ ધ્યાન રાખે છે જેમ કે આરબીઆઈ ખ્યાલ રાખે છે તમારી અનક્લેમ ડિપોઝિટનું
અનક્લેમ ડિપોઝિટ એટલે
એવા બેંક ખાતા જેમાં 10 વર્ષથી કોઈ લેવડ દેવડ ના થઈ હોય એવા ખાતા આરબીઆઈ ના ડીઈએ ફંડમાં જતા રહે છે પોતાના બેંકની કોઈ પણ શાખામાં જઈને તમારું કેવાયસી અપડેટ કરાવો
તમારી દાવો ન કરાયેલી ડિપોઝિટ પાછી મેળવો
આરબીઆઈ કહે છે જાણકાર બનો અને
સતર્ક રહો.
I've used Chrome, Mozilla, Edge, and Safari. I found Opera to be the fastest. Opera has the richest feature selection among all the browsers that I've used, like a sidebar, workspace 1 and 2. I should have used Opera a long time ago. Better late than never.
Love this browser. I like the snapshot, the VPN. I can listen to my playlists on YouTube without any ads.
The most, and just overall I miss his energy on the server. I think he's bringing something special, you know, when we go out there and when we play, especially in the arenas. So it's been super fun to play with him again.
All right, let's go into the G2 matchup. I think you eliminated them in Budapest Major, and now this is your first game. So the destiny is here, obviously the rivalry with Hunter. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. They definitely, I guess, want to get some revenge. You know, as you mentioned, in Budapest, it was a bit of different circumstances because it was, you know, a match to either go through or get eliminated. This time around, it's just the first match of the major, so I would say a bit less important. Of course, still a lot at the table, but it's going to be fun. It's a different team, you know, to when I was in G2. I don't feel as that I'm going up against my ex-team in a way because a lot has changed. There's only one player that, you know, has been on that team, and it's kind of important one, you know. It's Hunter is there, so and there he is. So you can take him over now, and I can leave.
What a timing as well. Any words to Hunter before we start this off?
I mean, it's always a pleasure to go up against him. It's always fun. You know, we both want to win, kind of, you know, prove our points. Just hoping for a nice game, and just kind of happy that it's not an elimination game, so that we don't have to, you know, one has to celebrate, the other one has to kind of, you know, be a bit more sad. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun. It's the opener. Falcons are here at the major. Good luck, Nico.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
It is a bumper day of Counter-Strike to open up Stage 3 here in Cologne, and our third game is certainly no exception. We welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters, and we welcome G2 back to the studio. They secured a reasonably clean path through Stage 2, but now they turn up a gear, especially because we've got Falcons laying in wait. Today marks the first time they step foot into the Cologne Major with their brand new captain in Carrigan. Question is that enough to finally unlock some trophies? mezis. That is exactly what myself, Freya Spears, Ash and Pimp are going to be following all major long, hopefully, if they can secure a deep run here. Because Pimp, very exciting to see Falcons back in the fray here in Cologne.
I think it's safe to say that it's been one of the most anticipated teams coming into the major. We don't really know exactly what to expect, but I think one thing is certain when you look at Falcons and when you look at that new lineup as well, that everyone likes to watch them for different reasons. Some watching them to hate on them, some watching them because they love to see mezii. Some of them are just watching because they're entertaining and play fun Counter-Strike. At the end of the day, the way I would describe Falcons is that they're always good for a surprise or two. You just never know whether it's a positive or a negative one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I have them down as potentially the second best team here, the entire event. And there's something about them that's just exciting to watch. I think that's what I like about it. And the Karrigan introduction, everyone's kind of saying how much they're really enjoying playing with him. Maybe it's not more of an indictment of kickstand towards him, I'm not sure. The statistics actually say everything's kind of very similar, player-wise, T side, CT side. So have to keep an eye on this, but this is an exciting team. They're going to be in your face, fighting, maybe throw in a few rounds here and there.
Yeah, Kyosuke was, I think, the most recent one to add to the tally of, Karrigan gives you that extra motivation to be succeeding, right? And that's exactly what we want to see. Is this the final roster change? It's just going to be unlocking things for Falcons. We've been waiting a long damn time.
That's a big question.
I mean, at some point they'll change roster again. It's just a question of whether they'll do it anytime soon. But I agree, you know, with Karrigan coming into the mix, it does add a bit of spice, and it hopefully, for the sake of Falcons, unlock some of that potential that we yet to still see, because no one is denying the fact that when you look at the individuals, when you look at the players, there's so much to work with. So, man on your screen right here, he comes in with tons of experience. He's been at Cologne every single time. So, in terms of bringing a new sort of fire, a new sort of life to Falcons, I don't think you could have signed a better player in that regard.
And he also matches Apex with the 22 major appearances as well, which we thought might not be happening, because remember, coming into this, Ash, it was the fact that FaZe didn't qualify, so we thought Karrigan would be missing out on that feat. But no, he's found a way to get that.
I found a loophole. It's a pretty good loophole as well to go straight to potentially winning the major.
So did you know, welcome.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great to see him back. That's the most important thing. I think in the graphic we just saw then, the only time he has missed Cologne is because, well, COVID happened and it shut down. So he definitely, you want to see him here. It's great to see him back again, and this could be a really exciting team. Get the crowd behind them as well with Karrigan.
Now, we were talking about the kind of question of how much has Falcons changed since bringing in Karrigan. How much do you think it's actually changed, Ash?
Well, some things remain the same. So there's a couple of radar moments that are still happening. So it's the style-wise, I think it's not massively dissimilar, and also on the CT side, like the statistics are very, very similar. So if you were just looking from the outside point of view, from the numbers, you would think, actually, did anything really change? But everyone's saying how much it did. So it's just some tendencies there that you'll still get the radar moments. It is still happening, maybe even more in discipline now, but that's kind of what FaZe was about, right? The cinema Counter-Strike.
Is that the example that you brought up from CAC, right, versus Mouse? Should we dive into that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go for this one. This is against Mouse Sports, that we're going through some weird moments, I think, with their lineup at this point. So it's just in a pistol round. We're going to talk about that in discipline and kind of not being on the same page. So we'll start here with the POV from Exertion. You'll see that he has multiple opportunities to actually go for this kill, and he takes his time and eventually goes, you know what, I'll take that freebie there, no worries about that one. He's been in fantastic form recently, and he's going to go through, make a second kill, and he's going to put Nico into an unwinnable 1v3, which of course will save him. I'm just kidding, he won't save for this, he'll go out and die, because this is the Falcons way now, I think. Just go for everything. I kind of found problems with this. I just want to show Monacy's POV. He misses a shot, I think it's kind of normal, takes his kill, comes out to help Karrigan. So I don't think you can really blame Monacy in this situation, and Karrigan maybe could do a little bit better. It seems like he's more focused on moving it away from the bomb site, like, oh guys, B's clear, when it's kind of not really clear, as we just saw. I think I have a problem sometimes with the way they connect things, and I think this one is a Kyosuke example, because it's a T-side force buy. There's 3 smokes used in middle, top middle connector and window. That's an indication that T-side is going to play very, very quickly. And in this moment now, Nico cannot help. He just can't. He's behind the smoke connector. I think he should be coming back. He should be connecting more with the team. If you are Zonic, if you are Nico here calling this round, or Karrigan, this is the perfect call, because you're basically 3 people B. If Kyosuke respect kind of what's happening, he turns around, he's fighting towards B, and 3 people are here. You cannot have a better call in this situation. Against pistols, you need to win rounds like this, and they are still losing rounds like this.
There's 2 takeaways for me when it comes to that. First, we have to contextualize the fact that Karrigan came into Falcons and they didn't have time to practice. So in terms of had they changed much from the examples you're showing, it kind of makes sense why they haven't. You know, he had to come into the lineup, he had to experience it for himself. himself. And I think this example is great because there's definitely, you know, cases to be made where Falcons are completely dropping the ball. But for Karrigan to come in and experience that himself as an in-game leader on the server is probably what's going to help him coming into this tournament, having fixed some of those mistakes. At least you'd hope so.
Yeah, still craziness on the side of Falcons, even with Karrigan in the mix. How crazy was G2's road to this very stage there, Jacob?
I wouldn't say it was crazy. It was kind of expected to some degree. I think some of the games they played were exciting, and I think some of the games were a little bit disappointing as well. The game against Monty, I know they ended up winning that best of one, but they should have lost it. They were down 18-15 in second overtime, I believe, and it looked like they were out of it. The loss against FUT as well, it was just a clear indicator that G2 is a good team, but they're still not a great team. I'm still lacking a little bit of that firepower from them. I'm still lacking a bit of that cohesion, so I'm a bit worried on behalf of G2 now that they're going up against the best teams in the world here in Stage 3.
Any thoughts on this veto rolling in, Ash? Is it going as expected so far?
No, it's not actually. I did not think that G2 would go for Inferno. I thought they would go for Mirage. It's been 4 loss streak there for Falcons. They've had a good win streak themselves. I thought this could be the veto of teams picking ones that the other team are struggling on. This is why exactly Falcons have gone for this too, because I think G2 have quite a good record, but recently they've lost 2-7 is their recent record, and Falcons are kind of cooking a bit more on a map that they used to be struggling on. So that's interesting. Ancient for me was a lock-in for last. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go there. Maybe it's a prep thing that they want to catch them by surprise.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, so much for speed running this segment. It is time to truly welcome Falcons here to the Cologne Major.
As storylines converge on the cathedral, the plot has thrown up yet another twist, reuniting teammates from a previous life. Victors in the Lanxess on their own ventures, as the Major and Cologne's paths cross once more, so did theirs. Captain Karrigan had us all on the edge of our seats in Budapest. Now he has inherited a roster of stars. Ilya the Kid.
Madesclaire is desperate now, donning his weapon of choice. Ilya the Kid for the Falcons.
Flashes of brilliance game after game. Karrigan has his superstar, his soldier, his diamond in the rough. Is a seasoned captain enough to navigate the storm of scrutiny? Have the scriptwriters gone too far? Scar tissue remains.
What's up, Cologne? It's time for Stage 3. We're getting into it, and the main characters are arriving to the events. We've heard Yanko highlight, we've seen Donk, we've seen ZywOo already. Now it's time for mezii.
Now it's time for mezii. Now it's time for Nico to step onto the stage. And across from it, Hunter, obviously, cousins with Nico. Entering battle, last time they faced off, Nico alluded it to, it was back at the Budapest Major for elimination. Now they get to open up their Stage 3 campaign in pursuit of the playoffs, and it's a fast pistol round from G2. Hunter's bringing the heat right out of the gate.
Looking to swing up through Banana. Good early damage done. Kyosuke under pressure. He's going to be blinded. Nico actually takes that first kill. Quick second as well from Nico. And Karrigan's arrived with 2. So it may be a quick call from G2, but it's a swift end.
Yeah, very swift end. Nico just tapping away. That's very characteristic of what we've seen from him over the years. Tessa's going to find the final kill. And a very convincing no sweat pistol round from Falcons. 1-0 start for the CT side. Lovely shooting with that P2K, so precise at the back of the bomb site, taking the teeth out of the attack as it comes through the smoke, and it's a nice, easy cleanup for the rest of the Falcons as they shift over, and G2 get nothing done.
Coming into it, we have a lot of questions about the level that Falcons are going to be able to get to. We heard Pimp highlighting the fact that Falcons didn't have as much practice as they would have liked. Short turnaround when Karrigan first joined the team, so had a little bit more time on the lead up here to the Major. I guess the question is, are they going to be good enough to challenge Vitality down the stretch?
I mean, both teams kind of have that question, don't they? Nerds isn't too far off joining this. It's had significantly more time than Karrigan in this roster, but still, kind of leading into the Major, that's one of the big things is how much is Nerds going to be able to rebound from his years in Liquid, his time in Liquid where he struggled, now that he's reunited with his old coach in Saw. Will be a huge key to this G2 side as they try and make a deep run here in Cologne. Defensive utility at the B bomb site. G2 always going to be marching up Banana. Nico and mezii and Tessis have that information that brackets is clear. Nobody has cheated over. It's these two initial defenders, Kyosuke and Kerrigan.
It's just nice and passive for the time being for G2, but suddenly the utility will arrive and actually met a smoke at their faces here, so they might think about just going right through it. So util flies forward. Kyosuke's got the first, Kerrigan on the second, and Heavycard at least battering through as G2 have both of the B defenders dead within seconds, and that's a bomb plant taken and a 3v3 post plant.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much from Kyosuke trying to push through the smoke. Heavygod's now got a very deep territory. One dig to the dome of Nico.
Yeah, Heavycard looking to make the difference, but mezii steps out, Heavycard now gone. And Sampayas waits at new box. Hunter alongside of him, and still a lot of ground to make up here for Falcons. No kit, no utility left. It's going to be tough to flush these two players out. One at dark, one at new box.
It's got to be now. It's got to be now. There's very little time left.
And Hunter just waits here. A dark Tessa steps into the open. mezii can do nothing about this. So G2 have broken through into the B bomb site and responded with a second round victory after losing that pistol. And it's Hunter continuing some great form, 3-1.
Yeah, not enough production out of Kyosuke and Kerrigan at that B bomb site. Both of them just going 1 for 1. I think that's an ill-advised push through the smoke. Fall back behind it once Kerrigan falls. Maintain the position. Make sure they're funneled and they're kept inside the bomb site to make that retake as easy as possible. But Heavygod gaining that territory off of his death, pushing in towards ruins. It's nasty that he's able to pick off Nico, and that just makes it so devastating right here. That's when the round fully turned in the favor of G2.
Oh, Falcons are forced buying back, so this back and forth might just continue.
And Ash just highlighted on the desk the way that Falcons, he just highlighted that round back on Mirage at previous events of them losing against these low economy rounds. Those kinds of rounds are just daggers in the back of Falcons. And they're going to build up if they can't right the ship. 5-7's pushing deep down Banana, no chance. And G2 holds strong. They're going to force Kerrigan back. So a 5-on-4 in the favor of G2, still playing it very chill.
Spamming down through the edge of the smoke. And no one going to be connected to. Under a minute left on that clock, and G2 just one trap laid for them. It's inside a Banana right now between Nico and Kerrigan.
There's no reason to go. I mean, their teammates have control, so they're just going to come back, burn some people out into the open. Actually, now committing nerds. He wants to fight. mezii still not peeking. They want to lure them deeper into this play towards the B bomb site, but Sampayas with the bomb is never going to move forward. So 1 kill, now time to bail out. And an easy round win for G2.
mezii. Halfway down Banana. It's actually landed the body shot, but a lot of damage, no kills until now. I'll grab one. And at this point for G2, they're going to be mega happy about the fact they've actually managed to lose the pistol, but convert 2 in a row and taking the lead of the game.
Oh yeah, and if you're Falcons, that's the disaster that you don't want to have, right? Because that's also kind of one of the things that Kerrigan's talked about. He gave an interview after the CAC of saying basically like, I could have unleashed mezii. He was having a hot game, but I controlled him back in because I want this team. We have to be able to win as a team, and sometimes the only way we can lose is by giving up some of those individual plays. So for Kerrigan, it's kind of going to be a balancing act, but especially when you start seeing the mistakes that caused the second round loss, that cost losses against low buys, you probably want to take a firmer grip as an IGL. We'll see how that plays out throughout the rest of this map and the rest of the series. Up against USPs and pistols without armor, so should again be another easy round for G2. Stack here at the B bomb site, but how often do you see this stack do anything at all? Okay, fair play to him.
It's worked out. It's got to kill, Jason. Something at least. No, it's dead, and Sampayas going for the Galil, trying to rattle them as they run towards him. It's Hunter coming through with that first, the second, and then Mac-10's making some money. But somehow, suddenly, what? How is this happening?
Okay.
He's got 2 Deagle kills, Tessis with 1, and all of a sudden Sampayas is on 40 HP with over a minute left. mezii got a rifle, running up Banana, and he's just ripped it out of their hands out of nothing.
All right, let's see the Deagle shots from the kid. He got a double kill before he even realized it happened. There's the individual prowess of the Falcons players. mezii making magic happen on the other side of the map. Absolutely insane. All the action towards the B bomb site. Stack gets this 1 kill. They're covering the AK-47 on the ground. There's the first from mezii, and then deep, oh, nasty onto Heavygod. What a turn, what a change.
Well, we said it's time for m0NESY now, and then that happens, then that is delivered. Go at Karrigan, he's gonna die first. What's that first pick? Advantage now siding with G2.
Yeah, it can be really deflating though, losing that opening kill, now playing 4v5 after a round like that from m0NESY. You want to get hyped up and build, good flick.
Nice shot from m0NESY. Mathieu to respond, at least by taking Tessus down to m0NESY. Backs away into the site. He's got targets coming from two sides, and that is enough to get rid of him. Heavy card out of the balcony, 3v2. As G2 again doing further damage to Kyosuke and have really removed any chance of this round going forward for Falcons.
Man, G2 hitting it with a nasty timing, the walk up middle as soon as it's about to get re-smoked. And m0NESY trying to do a lot to recover the situation as a solo defender at that A bomb site gets caught by the lurk out of the halls. And Falcons have to back away, so off to the miraculous double deke from m0NESY. They can't build any kind of momentum. And can't get this back under control quite yet. Money's a huge issue. Nico's going to be able to drop a weapon over. They've lost the AWP. That's going to be passed over to the G2 side for Sunpius. That was slouched with the op himself, so the task is going to get more difficult for Falcons now, 2-3. And we get the first time out of Falcons to talk over this awkward money situation. Nico gonna have to pass some guns over if they want to buy, if they want to invest here, but the money's right on the edge. So Sonic being involved in the conversation, saw on the other side of the team, the other side of the aisle, both of these guys playing with lineups that they're trying to make work coming into the major. New addition of Nerds, new addition of Karrigan. And high fives come out down the stretch. We do see Falcons, as you can see, buy in, shove all in. Weapon dropped over from Nico Famasa on Karrigan. And they come back into round 6, ready for a fight.
And you think m0NESY's starting to put himself in a position to actually somehow get impact out of that, and then the balcony push comes in just at the right time to alleviate G2. But let's see if this force buy pays off for Falcons again, throwing what they've got into it. m0NESY without the AWP. Just behind that top mid smoke. He'll send a grenade forward. It's going to take some utility, some heat towards his spot, but not going to go deep enough to affect him.
Smoke fades, and now m0NESY's got vision of brackets. You can see it's clear. Nico and Tess is doubled up over by Pit. Most of the action at the moment happening over towards the B bomb site as finally they're starting to scale up to gain control. Bomb is here as well on Hunter, following up Nertz and Sunpius. And a defensive smoke at half wall is going to force them back. So just getting ping-ponged between two sides of the map at the moment. And a very passive defense over towards the A bomb site. They won't spot the exact timing of G2 moving up to take brackets control.
Through long, we got Mattis rounding the corner with a flash. No challenge yet, but 30 seconds. This could still go sideways for G2. m0NESY's out again. Mattis not looking the right way. He's turned back. m0NESY's got a second. All of a sudden, another shot at this for Falcons. That 5-7 waits at the truck. m0NESY's on the move. m0NESY's on the flank. And he's got the damage. He set them up with a distraction, and Nico descends from the balcony to the pit. And now G2 once again in the pit of despair as they cannot get past this weaker purchase of Falcons. A tied game. What a war of attrition the first 6 rounds of this game has been.
Yeah, back and forth we go. This is very, very scrappy because money's now going to be an issue for the G2 side of thing. Out of the timeout, though, really good to see Falcons hold on and sustain. All on m0NESY. That's just a dry peek on Rap side and one missed detail from G2. Nobody looking for it whatsoever. Mattis is clearing over toward Orches. That's a disgusting sequence, but m0NESY now having all the impact for Falcons in the early going.
Oh, what a start to the major for m0NESY. 10-3 at the moment. Doesn't look like he's got any signs of slowing down. Sunpius still with the AWP, looking up through Banana, but utility's going to come down towards him. Smoke and fire.
It's a very busted buy as well from G2. You have the AWP on Sunpius, Tech 9, Deagle, Galil on Mattis, couple players missing utility.
Falcons really trying to wrestle for control of this game. Both of these squads not settling into it, not getting that comfortable economic break.
And Falcons reading the kind of busted economy situation, knowing that G2 is going to be scraping something together just in case. They've brought a third player, Nico, over to the B bomb site on timing. Double nade right on the head of Nertz, and that's the AK-47 on the ground.
Yeah, Kensuke taking up position in behind Car is going to send some shots down towards Sunpius. Going to start shifting that bomb away from B. A nice, great shot, in fact, from Heavy God. As Tess says, going to be gone off the balcony. Now, Nico's moved forward, still covered off by those default boxes, and Heavy God does not want to venture out and try and pick up that AK-47.
This is dangerous, though, because of that kill. That's a huge kill out of Heavy God, because the defense is now a little bit nervous. Scrambling over to the A bomb site due to the weakness, due to mezii being smoked off, but the attack is going to come towards the B bomb site. They're on the wrong side of the map, Falcons, and it's a 1v3 here for Kyosuke.
Smoke comes down just at the right time. And
they still don't have vision in brackets, so nobody's budged.
Think about how many times we've said Kyosuke needs to improve on Inferno. Think when he first started with Falcons, he looked like a fish out of water, but he's grown into it, and now he's all on his own. His teammate's coming over now. Karrigan's going to assist him with utility and send him forward. Kyosuke gets nothing on the initial defense forward into the site. Now with 13 seconds left, you've got Hunter putting that bomb down, mezii making the rotation, but Heavy God stepping through the smoke. Heavy God making the difference for G2 again. Hunter's on the follow-up, and Nico can do nothing. He can't get into this round. They're not going to let him into it, so Nico backs away. G2 continue this back and forth. It's Heavy God's impact this time, and they've got the lead of the game again.
Getting some mistakes on both sides of the map from both squads against these low buys. Now you have one here, Tess's. I mean, yeah, that's a very tight angle, very tough shot to hit, but Heavy God drills it. And that weakness provided by that opening kill made Falcons very, very nervous for the wrong side of the map, and it took them so long to find the information. None of them actually investigated, so G2 had all the time in the world to march up into the B bomb site and steal this round away. Snatch it out of the claws of Falcons. 4-3, but there's money to buy back up in for the defense.
Right off the head.
An opening kill, a double nade as well. 5-on-4 dropped by Falcons. Against low economy, a disgusting shot for Heavy God as Tessus just barely swings in, and another good lurk through the smoke during spam, and he's got a big smile on his face.
Nertz halfway up the half wall. They push forward. They're not ready for him to be so aggressive. That's Kyosuke going down and Nertz going forward. Karrigan, the next victim. Only one left. Nico trying to stop it on his lonesome. The AK's out. And it's a clean headshot that might just make them second guess charging into that B bomb site.
Oh yeah, they're just going to slow it down, but they're still going to follow it up. You just killed two defenders. Even if there's another one at this bomb site, he's going to be late rotating over through CT spawn. So you know Nico's all alone in the bomb site. And yeah, it's Nico, but this is still going to be tough. Madis, Sunpius, and Hunter in Banana, ready and waiting, looking for a follow-up peek. mezii starting to shift.
Ooh.
The defense gets a little bit stronger.
A lot stronger with the start that mezii's had because he has all the util as well.
Yeah, but there's so much time for this patient wait. The problem is mezii can't peek for information. Sunpius trained for that exact play.
Just waiting for it. mezii into the open. It's going to be Mattis to take it. So once again, it is all Nico on this B site. G2 have the utility to go for the execution, start to limit the positions Nico can be playing in. And then their gaze will turn to the coffins. Mattis up first. Now they know where Nico is. But they're going back up through middle. They're going back to Tesses. He could save Falcons here. He could save their round from Boiler. Their first fight. It's good on Heavy God. Hunter had to trade, and he does so immediately.
Is this a 1v2 Nico wants to test? Does he actually want to challenge for it? Sunpius is here to cut off the rotations with the up, but he's very committed. A missed shot, and he's done.
He can't miss. Can't afford to miss here. Nico stepping out of the archway in just a second. He's got the read of the position, and now he's got the kill.
There's a kit.
Nico against Hunter. Nico moves in. So many places Hunter could be hiding. Searching for him, looking the wrong direction. Shots whiz past. Nico onto the defuse. Does Hunter go for it? Does he go for it? He's not checking! And Nico's stolen it away!
Well, there he is. He realizes the position with the bomb. He can plant a little bit off, or he can defuse a little off center, and Hunter can't actually see it. Those narrow jiggles thinking Nico might swing a little bit wider. And Nico just steals one from underneath the nose of Hunter. That's a dirty defuse to stick. But there's still problems on the Falcons' defensive side, and Zonic knows it, calling a second timeout out of this victory. Right on the edge still in terms of economy, and neither one of these two teams has been able to take control of the map. Zonic desperately trying to get that clutch, that 1v2 from Nico, to be the moment they can run away with this half.
He was defending the B-bomb site all round long on his own. He goes back, and he wins a 1v2 by taking some Pius down and defusing. It's the two players of mezii and Nico that have delivered the impact for Falcons early on.
That's exactly who you want. That's exactly what you're looking for in this kind of situation. Star players stepping up. Utility exchange and Banana early on. Deep Molotovs from both sides.
Walking into the hallway, Heavy God dead to the rapid kill of the MP9. AK-47 now in the hands of Tessis.
Yeah, and mezii even pushed way deeper over towards halls, towards the stairs, and saw absolutely nothing. So content with that kill onto Heavy God, and they're going to shift a third defender over to the B-bomb site. Nico's going to arrive. G2 held off by a smoke. They've got control of base of Banana, and that's going to be the staging area. No more presence toward mid, no more presence toward halls at the A-bomb site. Everything focused on Banana.
Carrigan over the top, 3 players detected, 1 kill taken.
It's good information, especially considering Nico's here stacking things up. G2 have had to wait this whole round for utility to fade in Banana to make it make sense for them to attack, and here it is.
Oh, jumping through. Will they check Nico? They run by. Nico's up first, takes the shot. He takes the second kill as well. Sampai's had to trade, but now he's in the clutch. 2 players racing up Banana. He'll drop a defensive smoke and back away into the ruins, but Sampai's does not have information to play with.
That's why he's moving in this direction aggressively towards CT spawn, so we can at least clear out one of these angles.
Only 1 flash, no kits on the 2 remaining players right now for Falcons. But they're in the site. They're already in the site. Sampai's hears that tap in the defuse. Hasn't peaked yet. mezii dead. Tessis not on it, and he's won it on time. Sampai's has won the clutch on time. He'll go down in the end, but Tessis realizes no time to get that defuse going, so he backs away, and it's Sampai's this time stepping up with a big clutch.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just trading crazy rounds back and forth. Nico winning the 1v2 in the previous one. Now you feel like Falcons have the advantages. Falcons themselves probably feel like they had the right read, the right step. They had that third defender cheated over at the perfect moment, and just not enough production out of the hold. A round they feel like they should have had 10 times over. Nico even hiding, getting a double kill here. It's absolutely lovely. But the 1v2, Sampai's plays it perfectly. So in rebuttal to Nico's clutch, Sampai's neutralizes it, and now a timeout from G2 to talk things over. Neither team's money is anything to be super happy about.
What a stressful start to this game for both of these teams, just trading blow for blow, clutch after clutch. It's exactly what we want to see when it comes to a Falcons G2 game, but they haven't established economy on either side. We haven't been able to see mezii get the AWP out consistently. G2's buys have always had some weakness.
Well, look at this one, too. This is out of a round victory, remember. Sampai's wins that clutch and then goes down to the bomb. So they have no rifles outside of a victory, and they've gone down to Tech 9s just to be in a position to say, we have a 1-round lead that we can potentially sack, just to make sure we get some money settled down and so we can have consistent buys so we can try and snag the last 2 rounds of this half.
And then in Falcons, you look at that buy and you're like, oh, that's not great either. You got an AK from mezii at least, M4 for Kyosuke, but weak weapons on the rise. Carrigan going down middle, getting the opening kill. Heavy God to trade it, and now some speed for G2 into the apartments, but mezii waiting for them, and he's misfired. You know, the best weapon, and he couldn't get anything done. So now pressure falls to Tessis. 5-7 in hand, headshots land, just the single. What? Nico's come over, Deagle blistering through Mattis, and a 2v2. Falcons once again having to try and recover this A-bomb site. Bomb is planted, and Kyosuke is the player you look to. He's got the M4. He's got the rifle.
There's no kits in play, no utility for this retake. It's going to have to be perfect shots as Kyosuke scales up lane. Nico waiting for the smoke to fade, as it does now.
How do you pressure Hunter out of the pit? How do you get him out of there? Kyosuke messes up the movement, but the Nico Deagle blistering right through another! No way the Nico digs here in Cologne! And it's delivered a beautiful 3
great sight, but it's time. They have just enough to tie up the scoreline.
That's insane from NiKo. Came to play today in this opening map. The clutch earlier, and now these beautiful deke shots into 2v2. Just picks Heavy God out of the bomb site. This one's nasty.
Yes, it's just insane how many of these shots come in for NiKo. It's just they just don't stop.
Perfect precision as he slides into it. We're tied up at 5. NiKo and mezii doing one hell of a job keeping Falcons fighting here on Inferno. But remember, that was just a low buy where G2 had some money, so now it's the dangerous one. Now it's the AKs and the Galils coming out.
Karrigan just being a nuisance again. Playing on the top of the banana smoke. Ran down middle in the last round with the MP9. And this time just trying to pick up some info. Ended up taking a few shots past his head. Just gonna retreat, not get involved in that engagement because he's now the only player at B.
Yeah, they've shifted away, so that tells you that they want to do something aggressive towards the A bomb site, whether they just think they want to clear it out and make sure they have the numbers here to do it, or whether they want to actually get some kind of a deep peek, deep spot. NiKo's going to be committed in front of the left side smoke, looking for the boiler play. He's got no teammates, no support on the other side of brackets. It's all NiKo. Meanwhile, Nertz and Sampayas are close enough to start pressuring the B bomb site, which is where Karrigan plays on his lonesome.
NiKo going back in the middle. Taps away at the head of Heavy God as soon as it shows. 40 seconds left. G2 gathering at the B bomb site. And the rotation of Kyosuke coming back to help out Karrigan. A couple of weaknesses in this earlier, this two-man setup. Let's see if they can get on the same page to try and take the lead of the game. 25 seconds left. The bomb is actually going back.
Madison has called him back because he's got all this room. mezii can't handle it. Now he's brought low. They might have to switch spots. Oh, is there another miss?
Yeah, another miss from mezii. Not calibrated right now with that AWP, but NiKo's come in and got the kill. Now, with such limited time, you've got 10 seconds to try and get past. This time, mezii will not miss. TeSeS and NiKo come in for the rest, and G2 couldn't find the plan they wanted to commit to at the end.
Another round, NiKo saving the day. mezii under a lot of pressure, missing 2 shots, brought down low, red HP, and NiKo arrives to take the kill and Arches. What a good job hustling back for that fight. NiKo doing all the work. The kill down middle with the push earlier, saving his Alper's life so that mezii can deliver this. The dying seconds of the round. And we're into the final one of the opening half. 6-5 lead for Falcons, looking to extend it.
Nertz already through the smoke. And the story of this half has just been such weak buys for the T side over and over again. Same for the CTs, but Falcons have got control of it now. And looking for that 7-5 lead as G2 ready themselves to round this corner. Kyosuke and Karrigan, rifles at the ready. Flash to their faces though. Karrigan has to drop back to first oranges. NiKo's come over to help out. Kyosuke gets the first. Karrigan comes in with the rest. And that'll end up being a dominant round. It's stopping G2 at the foot of the B bomb site, and you've got Hunter who has slipped through the CT smoke, but his time in the round will be cut short as well.
I'll tell you what, I mean, Falcons is going to take the lead in this half, but they got to be very, very thankful. They've gotten very fortunate in a couple situations. You think some of the clutches, the NiKo shots with the D, stick in the defuse on Hunter in the 1v1 clutch. Regardless, a weird half going back and forth. Neither team able to settle it down, but Falcons have the 2-round lead. ...2026. It's when history will be made.
It's when 3 nations and 16 cities will unite as a single host. The FIFA World Cup is coming, and we can't wait.
Watch the greatest show on earth, FIFA World Cup 2026, 11th June onwards. Live and exclusive on United Sports and Z5.
Oh, being a new parent is tough. Sleep comes in tiny pockets. So here are 5 reasons why Emma is every new parent's lifesaver. First, an Oikotex certified cover that's gentle and safe for your little ones and your skin. Second, the Nano Plus Evo Springs motion isolation that absorbs every little wiggle and midnight shuffle without disturbing your side. Third, Ergocell cooling layers that make even short naps feel genuinely refreshing. Fourth, it's memory foam, which adapts, giving personalized support in any position. Fifth, an anti-skid base that keeps everything steady through jumps, slides, and tiny adventures. That's Emma, making every minute of rest count for new parents.
on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of got the ball! They're trying to go pyramid, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round, we go to overtime!
The first half that went back and forth, but the stars showed up today for Falcons. Nico and mezii doing all the heavy lifting to keep Falcons in this battle. A number of clutches. Nico himself with the Deagle has been a beast. So G2, they got some tough players on the other side of the server that they're going to have to outlast in this second half.
The best moments were from the Deagle in that first half, right?
Oh, yeah.
mezii early on, getting the double down middle with the Deagle.
Heavy God's Deagle was no slouch either.
Yeah, it's crazy how many big Deagle moments there were from all these players. Got a little listen here with Zonic.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can understand talking about the anti-low buys and the anti-forces, and man, they looked a little bit sketchy in them throughout that half. A couple that went against them, winning the pistol round, losing the second round. Those are the exact mistakes we know that Falcons can't make. Those mistakes have become too consistently occurring for this team, for their aspirations.
And the caliber of players. They're walking into a stack right now. You've got G2 with 4 players called to defend the A bomb site. Could be a bloodbath in the next couple of seconds here. Out they go through top middle. Sampais, Kyosuke with 2 right back, and Nico's got 1 in his P250. They move into a Hunter, the last hope in the rounds here for G2. And he's cleared out by mezii. So they're into the site. Falcon's going to be putting that bomb down, and Nerds arriving, but too late.
Yeah, correct call in the stack, correct place to put your pieces and all your players, but not able to get enough kills to actually slow down the progression. Good double from Kyosuke, with mezii and Nico chiming in. So Nert's left in a pretty much impossible 1v3. And he knows he's not going to be given any good looks, so backs away to save the armor, the dualies, and the smoke.
I mean, you're just going to be hoping that somehow, someway, you just get this good, clean start into the half. I mean, you never settled into it if you're either of these squads in that first half. And Falcons now with the pistol round victory. They go on to not concede the force buy. A chance to actually settle into the game, get the economy in.
A chance for that hot start that they wanted in the first half that they didn't get, right? They kind of get a do-over, and we just saw the listen in from Zonic talking about the anti-force buys, the anti-low buys, and clearly a little bit disgusted, a little bit disappointed in some of the showings in those rounds, but he's all smiles right now after another pistol round victory. 3-round lead for Falcons. Up 8-5 here on Inferno, G2's map pick in this series.
It's going to be very disheartening, though, for G2 to call a 4-man stack. You called the right side as well. They're coming into your trap, and you can't do anything about it. Kyosuke gets 2 kills, Nico with that 3rd, and
yeah, but you know what?
Falls away to nothing.
Falcons had a bunch of reads in the first half where they were in the right place at the right time and still couldn't. It happens both ways.
Carrigan getting knocked down to 42 health, Nerds to 31 off the initial engagement. But the issue is, Nerds is the only player at B, and he's taking all that damage on board. So once again, you're hoping this A-stack's going to pay off.
Well, this isn't really a tactic that you investigate on if you're Falcons, right? You're kind of committing to a Halls play right now off this flash. Good job on the Heavy God, but there's the stack inside the bomb site. Oh, it's deadly.
Yep, here's another one for Falcons. Is this going to be another loss to the force buy on the other side? You've got Heavy God waiting down in the pit, and Falcons, 1:10 seconds left. They've still got time to recover this, but if you're G2, don't give them any looks. Do not give them any free kills. Tighten things up and lock in this round as we go under 1 minute.
Yeah, you should be able to set up some crossfires in the bomb site and have no issues. I think Falcons want to try and turn this into a mid to B split. I think that's going to be the weakness they want to realize. 50 seconds, they've got time to move around the map. And Monacy's looking in the right place for the reaction.
He just moved away. He's trying to backtrack. Realizes that any second they can make a maneuver forward at short. They've hit the pause button, no one going down middle. Just gonna gather just outside of the archway. 29 seconds left.
Even if they only find Heavy God inside the bomb site, they know there's multiple players here, right? They knew there were multiple players at this bomb site.
Yeah, but it's the time that's going to force them into it. So the smoke is going to go forward, up against 3 players of G2, still defending this A side. Heavy God goes out first, Hunter's got a 2nd kill, so it's just Monacy, 10 seconds left. Next fight is at Apartments, Monacy not aware of it just yet. Looking for that bomb plan, he's just got enough time to do it if he starts it right now in the corner. Pressure's on, they're running him down, and Monacy will not get away from this. Mattis comes and checks him, spams him down through the box, and another force buy victory. It's G2 picking it up.
Yeah, well, I think right now Falcons is thinking in the back of their minds, at least it's not a best of 1, because you've won 2 pistols, you lost 2 second rounds, but at least in the series play you can recover from it, can still do it in this map. But man, this has got to be a little bit gut-wrenching for a Falcons team that feels like they've been on the edge of being able to take this game over, but these continued mistakes that clearly haven't been perfectly fixed yet are still there.
Now they're going to be going for an investment of their own, and the only thing that sort of cooled the sting of losing a lot of those anti-ecos for Zonic was the fact that they won some of them. So let's see if they can bounce back and get another one falling in their favor. You've got Deagles out across the board. Nico in particular having his. That's what we're going to be looking at. 19 kills to his name. And the showing in that first half. Kyosuke goes into middle. But for G2, gotta win this one clean. Got Carrigan moving up into the top banana smoke. He's already at cart.
Not willing to test the other side of that smoke quite yet. Monacy going to join up with him, and Kerrigan's playing the smoke fade. Sees top banana completely clear. Utility from Nerds now to hold them back, hold them at bay. A little bit of a sound cue.
Ugh. Miscue, perhaps. Nerds gets blinded, goes into the open. Half-wall smoke deployed, but Falcon staying forward on banana, trying to put that pressure on. Carrigan chasing after with a Tech 9. Taken away by Mattis. Smoke will land towards CT, but no further replies from Falcons being spotted going around that corner just yet.
Yeah, no one trying to trade that off from Kerrigan. He steps forward on his own. So another defensive smoke. That'll fade right around the 30-second mark. So this clock is going to get run down. I don't think these 3 players from Falcons, even with Tess's coming to join up with them, feel like they can break that smoke and make their way through. They've got to wait for the fade.
Oh, it's fading now. And the utility once again flies into the B bomb site, this time for the finish. The rotation coming back from some Pius. Nerds waits, covered by the pillar. Mattis dropping down to first oranges. 15 seconds left. Unleashed by the flashbang. Monacy going to be caught. The rest of the rifles doing great work
as Nertz will take the follow-up kill and put a stop to this Falcons attack into the site. Nico, just enough time to think about a bomb plant, but surely Senpai just runs him down, and he will, straight through that smoke. No bomb plant confirmed either, and G2 withstand. They don't let this get into that back and forth forced by War.
No, not yet at least. Not like the first half was. See if it finds its way into that direction, but G2 now with economic advantage and weapon advantage should allow them to even this game up at 8.
And now you really do feel that sting of losing these anti-ecos if you're Falcons, because you didn't win one back. You didn't get involved in that back and forth. And now you've got to set back there. We won both pistols. Now we're sitting in a situation where we're playing with Glocks.
Gonna pop right through this smoke, but they're likely gonna get sprayed down. Kerrigan's had a lot of lead time, created a lot of space, but the weak weapons just don't have what it takes. Good transfer from Nertz, 2 kills for him, 2 from Madis. And the last goes to Nertz.
And finally getting some money. Look, G2 keeping 5 players alive. That's reserve cash finally built up.
Yeah, and that's the real bummer for Falcons after winning the pistol, is not only do you have to kind of grind away this economy, but you gotta take away what's built up now as well. Sent back to just Glocks and a chance for G2's defense to get some money and some confidence beneath them. Round 17, we got 4 AKs for Falcons, a Galil on Kerrigan. Rather chill opening for Falcons. Don't want to test the early utility. Not a whole lot of it came out from the G2 side of things, so showing different looks on the defense.
Yeah, Nico already crossing that half wall. He's all the way up to the car, and the smoke is there for the time being.
Old school Nico loved bullying the B bomb site, peeking in and taking some 1v1s. He's going to get activated with the flash now, and he's done it again.
Yeah, Matt is caught trying to get back into the site, but the headshot's in, and so are Falcons. Nertz tries to disrupt. He has done well. That's the bomb going down. Kyosuke climbing up. It's recovered by Kerrigan. And Falcons move through a 4v4. A retake is possible. But it's this flank of Tesses coming through the archway.
Just watching for it.
Nico's going to be around the backside. And yep, Tesses goes down at arches. Now a 4v3 for Falcons. They've got to dig deep.
They've got some utility to spend to drop and block off these choke points. Flashbang going to come in towards main. Monesi's got the Molotov.
Well, the flash goes into a CT. That's going to set up the peak for Kerrigan. Trying to take a kill, trying to pull back that advantage, reel it in. They haven't got it, but the time is ticking. G2 need to get a move on. Kerrigan, nade to the head, but still standing until now, toppled by Heavy God. And now Nico waits from dark, shrouded in the cover of the shadow. It is Nico who is the demon in their dreams. The bomb will go off. Falcons have their hero, and that is the lead of the game.
Time and time again in this map, Nico is saving their asses. They have no business, it feels, being in this without his clutches. That is a 1v4 win from the back of the bomb site when everything else collapsed. Kerrigan and Modesty have no resistance, lined up to get doubled up. And the one spot that wasn't cleared that G2 hadn't gotten to yet, Nico pounces perfectly.
Unbelievable start for Nico. In every major we ask the same question, is this the one for Nico? Well, the first map is fantastic. Let's see if Falcons can actually get another round off the back of this, or will G2 respond? We mentioned the fact that G2 have money. That means they get another buyout. They've got the AWP here for some bias.
Walking right towards that AWP. Tessa's up in halls. Kyosuke and Kerrigan looking at brackets with Modesty in support. Senpaius waiting patiently on the other side.
Already through, up towards top middle. And they'll just send out a couple of sound cues, their steps.
They don't have a lot of utility remaining, Falcons. They need to be careful about when they decide to actually pull their final play, but at this point, they've just wanted to distract this defense and say, we have control of brackets, we can now pressure the A bomb site, we're gonna make you make a decision.
Nico, pressuring towards Nertz. It's gonna be Nico's kill. Nertz is gone.
That forces a rotation.
Blocked. Out towards the apartments for now with that smoke.
This is risky not knowing what's on the other side, and this is going to be your final play. Now Nico's coming back with Kerrigan. They're already jumping out.
There's a no-scope for Senpais. Heavy God actually got killed through the smoke. So all of a sudden, Falcons with 3 left, 20 seconds, trying to get past, but Senpais is the battering ram that breaks through Kerrigan, and he'll drop back defensively into the site, but Nico with a headshot. Surely there's not another round off his back. But Hunter makes sure that there won't be.
Might have been if Hunter didn't arrive in time. Might have been because he was hunting down that pit player to let mezii activate. Man, another one where it feels like Falcons had everything they want. They get that opening kill towards Banana, but they're so committed to this Halls play when it gets smoked off. There was time left, 30 seconds. Look at the turn from Senpais. Very fortunate. The spam down from Heavy God is good. And Nico still almost brings it back within their control. But this is the factor, is so much of this round and success of Falcons have come from the late round Nico saves, the clutches, the miraculous moments that he's delivered. You're not having that same success in the rounds themselves with the tactics that are being called. It's kind of to be expected with how little time Kerrigan's had. They've talked a little bit about how Kerrigan early time in the first 2 events was kind of calling the same few tactics and just kind of improvising off the back of them, so we know the playbook isn't there.
mezii tucks his head down, but Nerd stays committed to the position. mezii revealed, and 3 kills quickly falling in favor of G2. They will snatch the lead. It's going to be 10-9, double figures, first found here by G2.
Doing a very good job on the CT side, not letting Falcons get activated. Isolated round wins, never able to string them together, keeping the money in a very, very rough place for the Falcons attack. And again, it's looking like another very, very clean round for G2. So every time you win, every time you do something good in a round, if you're Falcons, you feel like you get that economy close to its breaking point, but then that pressure gets alleviated by a clean win here, all 5 surviving. And the money builds back up, 10-9, a lead for G2. Nertz being very vocal on the CT side as well, looking down at his notes. You heard him mention doing exactly the same thing.
Guys, you need to talk to me here, okay? We have entry. If you can't go, you can't go. We cut the noise to 20 seconds, we go late A. You need to talk to me. If you want to don't force it, don't force it. I have no idea how the situation looks like. Let's fucking step up with communication now.
That's Kerrigan referencing the round of going out halls, saying, guys, if they smoke it off and you can't go, then you need to tell me that. I can't see what's happening over there.
Yeah, well, I was listening to the vlog that they did at CAC ahead of this, and you got to a little insight into the team camp and the prac room, and they were talking about the main thing they're looking at is communication. And Kerrigan had said to the team that it's your responsibility, every individual's responsibility, to continue to communicate out of the round so they can build the round. And they just don't have enough information being pieced together at the moment, and that problem's still plaguing the Falcons. And it's going to be Nico, blocked in Banana by the smoke. He has to fall away and join up in mid.
Yeah, Kerrigan and Kyosuke already on left side mid, looking to turn the corner. Smoke's going to fade. Senpais to defend with the ult back in library. He'll be smoked off. Arches will be smoked off. Flashed as well, but he still nails it.
Senpais grabs that opening, steps out of the library smoke though and offers it right back. Now you look at Heavy God, who's usually so good in the pit, so reliable for G2 in this position. He's got Hunter alongside of him. Tess says dead first, Hunter's got the next, Nico dead. Heavy God shuts it all down, and this round goes absolutely nowhere for Falcons.
Yeah, they have no strength on this T side of actually getting opening kills and entry kills. Like, no one is having any effect whatsoever actually attacking into the bomb site. It's all coming way too late in the day. mezii with a second kill, but he's dinked. He's got to go for the ace. He's got 8 HP.
He comes off the plan, expected a fight to come forward instead, so mezii now commits to it. Grenade going in, but it dodges him, and so he's got a chance, and he just can't connect another headshot. Gives it a good go, but Mattis comes in and swiftly removes him. It'll be 11-9 now for G2.
That's his only chance to win in that clutch. If you're mezii with 8 HP, you got to get aggressive and try and find that one kill to turn it into a one-on-one. If he stays too passive and they're able to come from 2 different directions, that 8 HP isn't going to stand up. So forced into a rough decision. It's a 2-round lead now for G2. They are just 2 rounds away from taking this first map in the series. Blinded, he gets the kill. Also tags Kerrigan through the body of Kyosuke. And the entry attempt is Tessa's coming out of halls. Nico trying to follow that up, but it's not coordinated. And an easy double takedown. So Zonic is forced to burn the third and final timeout that Falcons have available, as their T-side on Inferno is falling flat. Only 2 rounds. One of them the pistol, which they failed to convert. And then a gun round a little bit later on, but G2 has had all the answers. Done a really good job at the B bomb site, not letting there be a whole lot of comfort. Sure, you got bullied by Nico in just 1 round, but other than that, you haven't even really given them access to look into the bomb site. A hits have gone absolutely nowhere for Falcons.
Think about this. You're about to waste this Nico performance. You're about to waste it on the opening map. G2, great strength to stay in it. They haven't let those individual moments break them. They've bounced back each and every time. They survived the forced by wars, the back and forth. And now they're looking to try and get their reward. You've got Sampaius looking all the way down middle early with that AWP. Carrigan applying pressure towards top banana. Mantis is right there, right beside him. He's playing at the car. And Carrigan just around that smoke at the half wall. Plenty of Falcons players ready as this smoke will begin to fade. Mattis gets his gun out in time as he takes steps back into the site.
They're just going to walk up. If he doesn't smoke this, it's just going to be contact, and they're going to go right through it. They're going to beat it, and actually Mattis has got to back away, rotate all the way back around. Kerrigan sees the bomb site clear. He's going to press the issue towards coffins, and Mattis goes down. I think right now, if you're G2, you're really thinking about a save unless Nerds can provide you a kill really early on in this plant.
Sending some utility in, seeing what is offered up. What opportunity presents itself here for G2 on this retake attempt. They go into the open. Targets there. Nerds with headshots. Missed shots from Monacy's Deagle. And now it's just Tesses and Nico. And Nico moves through that CT smoke, but he can't save them this time. The only player that can do anything is Tesses. And that Deagle waits behind a smoke. And the defuse has begun. In fact, it is done. It is 12-9. G2 recover the site. Map point picked up. Tesses taken down. And surely G2 will walk away with map 1.
That's 2 4v5 retakes that G2 have pulled off at this B bomb site. And sure, this one is with Tech 9s and pistols that they make it work. 1 weapon salvage, but a lot of ground gained by Falcons on this initial hit. This is a great kill to be able to control this part of the map. A very narrow choke point, but look at the work that Nerds does. Spraying down Monacy as well. They just can't connect it. Nico as well can't land his shots with the Tech 9. And all of a sudden, Falcons have got to rattle off 3 in a row, something they have not done yet in this half. They haven't even gotten to 2.
Monacy waits for some aggression. It comes. Monacy peels away. He goes into the open, needs the second. Heavy guard, the second victim. 5v3, just like that. The aggression for G2 has not paid off.
Yeah, G2's calling for a stack right now at the A bomb site. All 3 players are going to be here. Mattis kind of hanging around in CT spawn, but he'll step in with Nerds and Sampaius, and they'll just gamble and hope and pray that down the stretch, Falcons decide to commit to this bomb site. And Falcons do need to investigate. Part of the reason why they lost that round 2 in this half after winning the pistol is not looking into bomb sites, not scouting out the map. They executed straight into a stack at the A bomb site. If that happens again, could be a disaster. So taking control of Banana, hearing no pressure, seeing no counter nades drop in the choke point. Kerrigan will be the one to walk in. They do want to finish, it feels, over towards the A site, but Kerrigan's going to call them all back very, very shortly.
Yeah, throwing utility out once they realize, okay, no one detected, no presence here on the B site whatsoever. It was a gifted round, really. Apartment's play does not pay off at all. The fact that Monacy gets both, it removes any chance.
Good to see those kills out of Monacy, too. He's gone a little bit quiet in this second half. He had 10 kills really early on in this map. I think he ended the half with 12. So 4 before this double kill in this round with the AWP.
Yeah, an incredibly hot start, cooled off almost immediately.
Money issues, right? We haven't seen him with the AWP as much as we'd like, obviously, as much as he'd like as well. And Falcons don't have a lot of cash built up. It's valuable to take these weapons away from G2, but you don't want to risk your own weapons in the process.
Yeah, this map is not done yet with that round victory from the Falcons. And the fact that the players stay alive.
as long as all of G2 stays alive here, they shouldn't have any more economic issues for the rest of the half. 2 rounds remaining. Nerds has 12,000. Sunpai has 9,000. They can drop and buy whatever they want in these last 2 rounds, so it's all good. Falcons are just going to have to do it the hard way. Nightmare mode, going up against full buys each and every time. That's the position they put themselves in. And Saw takes a timeout himself to have a discussion with G2, gives Zonic a chance as well to chime in. So Saw's going to try and settle these guys down. We just executed an aggressive play towards Halls. That was our shot at it. It didn't go our way. Let's go back to what's been working throughout all this. Let's go back to making sure that Falcons are the one who get to dictate the action, that Falcons have to prove that they can take over a bomb site, because they really haven't done it in this half. Opening series of Stage 3 for Falcons and G2. G2 coming out of Stage 2. 3-1 qualification record. We're live into round 23. mezii has his AWP, so does Sunpius. Everyone else kitted out on AKs and M4s with full utility.
Sunpius going for that opening pick down middle. Forced away by the Flames. Around the corner and play back from A. TeSeS moving into the apartments, this time with mezii. And no one home this time in the apartments for G2. The closest player is Heavy God. He'll play from the balcony.
No pressure in Banana in this round for Nerds and Madis, which has got to feel a little bit unusual for them. The first step for Falcons is being taken towards brackets. You imagine Nico and Kerrigan will start taking Banana a little bit later in the round. A mobile defense for G2 as they slide into a couple different positions at the A bomb site, but nobody's cheating over to the other side of the map quite yet. Nico will have his chance, and he's going to step in front of the smoke, sees the elbow. Good shot from Nerds.
Great opening here for G2, 40 seconds left. Is it going to be the end of Inferno? Well, G2 will be taking this first map. Hunter waits it short, crossing into the open just as he moves his position, but that grenade is heavy. It's landed on top of them, it slowed them, it stuck them in place, and supplies enough time to reposition into the site. Heavy gone alongside of him, and G2 looking to take Inferno away from the Falcons. Great shot inside, just mezii, the only player that can do anything, and Nerd stops him before he even stands a chance. 13-10 win for G2, a wasted hero performance from Nico, and G2 are loving this.
Kind of fitting though how many times Nico kept them in this game. That was only ever going to last so long, and when that offense can't get anything being produced, no production. We heard the communication issues were there. This new lineup having some issues stepping onto the major stage for the first time. We got the Des to walk us through it all.
Yeah, what felt like a war of attrition in the first half, but it's G2 to make a sprint to the finish in the second. Gentlemen, I think this is exactly what we were expecting. Things got chaotic, things got scrappy, things got very crazy in this one, Jacob.
I'll be honest, that was way more than I expected in terms of craziness and scrappiness and back and forth game of Counter-Strike. I think we did say that Falcons always provide some sort of entertainment. We just also said, you know, we never know whether it's a positive or negative outlier that they're leaving us with. This time around though, Ash, I'll be honest, the quality of Counter-Strike was horrendous. For the vast period of the game, for both teams, you know, a scrappy back and forth, but for Falcons to let a Nico carry go to waste, a mezii that stepped up massively in the first half as well, and you still end up losing 13-10 on Inferno. I don't know about you, but that is underwhelming for me when I look in the Falcons' perspective.
Oh, I don't care. That was one of the most entertaining maps I think I've ever seen in Counter-Strike. That was incredible. It had kind of a bit of everything. Everyone was throwing all the time. Nico was 26-10 when the score was 9-9. I think Nico was having a great game against the other team and against his own team. He was kind of fighting everybody out there.
I'm glad you can take a look at the entertainment factor perspective, Ash, because it wasn't at the highest quality. You're totally right there, Jacob. Let's go right back to the beginning, though, because Falcons, they kick things off by winning the pistol. How did G2 respond?
Well, it's nice of them to link it back to the pre-game show I was talking about. Example, almost identical sort of things happening. It's Kisuke again involved. He gets a kill, Kerrigan gets one, and you can see there's a moment now. Kisuke, just go back, bro. Just go back. You don't need to do. You're not him in this moment. He's the only guy, and because he's the only guy, that means there's extra space to be taken. It is taken by Herbaut. He says thank you very much, and Nico obviously gets off to a poor game by down to the Deagle. Oh no, wait, he doesn't. He's Nico, and he comes back. So it's just kind of interesting seeing they're not kind of fixing these issues still yet, and this is. I mean, it's a problem not just this round.
But that's individual decision making, right? That's Kyosuke as a player that at that very moment have to course correct and make the right decision. That's not something Kerrigan, maybe with time he can install into him, but that's been the issue for Falcons, and that's why I agree with you, in terms of how much have they changed, with Kixen and Kerrigan. Kerrigan or Kixen cannot, make up for that mistake. That's Kixen, that's Kyosuke as an individual who has to know better.
Can I just say as well, the exact same round happened from both teams at the last, I think it was the last round and a half, and Kyosuke did exactly the same thing and killed 3. So I don't know if after the game they go, well, actually, last round I killed them, and that's his conclusion from this. I'm not sure. It can be a bad thing sometimes.
Yeah, they say you learn best from your mistakes, but I guess not in that moment. You mentioned Kerrigan. Should we talk about the call on round 4 as well? This is one of the Kerrigan calls of all time.
Well, this is we've had Baby Shark at a major. Now we're playing Jenga and winning rounds, apparently. It's just all the kids' game coming out. And this is actually, Jacob, one of, I think we counted it, one of 97 eco rounds that were won in this
Something like that. I stopped counting after 6 or 7, but it's a nice triple boost coming in with the USPs. And then from Manes' point of view right here, that's what I spoke about. The amount of impact he had in the first half, the quality that he possesses with the Deagle, coming in with the M4, A4 as well. You thought at this moment, evening out the scoreline to 2-2, your Falcons, you think, okay, it may be a bit of a scrappy start, back and forth. From this point on onwards, you'll stabilize, you'll take charge of the game, but as we said, Ash, that was just one of, I think, 19 force buy wins in this game.
We've had a lot of questions about some individual decision making, a little bit of a question about the buy coming into this round, Jacob, because let's just contextualize this. G2 won the round before this. Why are they doing this?
Some players won a close 1v2 clutch, and I guess they must have felt that they didn't have enough money for a full proper buy, and if the read on the money is that Falcons are going with a full buy, and had all the cash in the world, maybe they're willing to sacrifice this round and then make sure you have money for the last 2 buy rounds. But I'll be honest with you, Ash, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, and it looks very silly when you then don't read the money correctly on the Falcon side.
Yeah, I think I've only ever had this opportunity happen once ever, and that was with Snacks, and we talked about maybe after the game we should have ecos. This is one of those things that it's like a royal flush in poker.
But you didn't,
it
right?
never happened.
You didn't eco in that moment.
We still went for the force in that moment, and they took it out. And the thing is, if you come back and you win from there, you say, great call, but they actually lost every round after that.
Yeah, it was a head-scratcher one. Either way, G2 do manage to stabilize when we move into that second half, but you touched upon it already, Jacob. The fact that you have not only Manes popping off early game, you also have a Nico carry performance, and you still lose, that just ain't it.
It almost feels like a wasted Nico carry to some extent. Now, naturally, it's good for him to get off to a good start, but yeah, the amount of impact he was able to find in a very chaotic game of Counter-Strike was super impressive, especially when you consider the whole narrative around Nico, obviously, and we're going to talk about that plenty throughout this tournament. He's never won a major, and everyone is applying pressure towards him, and now all of a sudden he's also a big game choker and can never deliver in the big moments. I feel like Nico as an individual has never been under as much scrutiny as he's under right now, and his first response to all the critics is going into Inferno and having a great game, yet you still don't get the victory. That to me could be a bit concerning on behalf of Falcons.
I think Falcons have a real Inferno problem, like really badly. Kyosuke in the last 5 maps, he averages 0.74, I believe, on the CT side, and he's playing the bomb side with Kerrigan. This is kind of, it's not what you want right now, and I think this is the main reason why G2 pick this, because they're not even good on Inferno themselves. They see a weakness and the B-bomb side in Inferno. It's the most important one. We saw Eco's being lost over there as well. I don't know how they're going to fix this going into the tournament. You cannot just have a map where you're going to lose consistently on if you're going to win the major.
And it's funny that you say that. I remember us having a conversation during the Budapest major as well. Falcons Inferno, Kyosuke, not a map that he's playing. Whenever he was growing up with Face It, when he was playing in Spirit Academy and all that kind of stuff, not a map that he was playing a lot. So back then it was a weakness because Kyosuke weren't feeling comfortable on the map. Then there was a period where he was doing all right, he was finding more impact, and now all of a sudden, as you said, it seemingly is becoming an issue again. So at some point, I think Falcons have to do the hard call, maybe say, okay, Kyosuke, you had half a year now to get comfortable on Inferno. Clearly still not working. Maybe we need to move away from Inferno.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a question on the tip of our tongue for sure. If we're looking at the next map though, Dust 2, does that breed maybe some different stats for the side of Falcons? Does it make sense they brought this into the pool?
Yeah, so we've just played Falcon's worst map, and now we're going to G2's most recent worst map anyway. Like I said at the start, 2 wins, 7 losses very recently. Falcons are looking really good on this map as well. So this is how a best of 3 should play. It's why we really don't like best of 1s as players and coaches. You should lose the other team's map pick. You should win your own. If you have a good day, you win 2-0. If you have a bad day, you lose 2-0. So this is a good opportunity now for Falcons to bounce back. Nico's form, is it going to continue? mezii looked like he was on fire as well. And KiSuke on a map that, you know, he's more comfortable in these face-it style maps, so we'll see kind of how this plays out.
It's also on the map where I feel like Kerrigan can just slot in, you know, his calling style back in his time in face as well. Very much calling on intuition, calling on the fact that he's getting information from the team players around him. And as you said, I feel like if there's 2 maps, you know, or 1 map, sorry, where the 2 players of Nico and mezii always finds impact, always finds a way to, I guess, inflict themselves into the game, it's Dust 2. So I'm very much on board with you. It was a terrible performance on Inferno. Scrappy game of Counter-Strike.
Same again.
Yeah, I expect Falcons to stabilize here and actually get the job done.
2 different sides of the analyst we're seeing here for certain. G2 choosing to start CT side though. What do you expect from some of their setups here?
I mean, I'm hoping that Heavy Guy is really coming to play now. I think he's going to be under a lot of pressure playing that anchor role. He's a player that is often left to himself as well because they trust so much in him. And I know Falcons and Kerrigan in particular loves to go for that B bomb side. So I would expect him to be put under pressure. Again, if you're G2, I feel like you got a bit of a freebie right here. I don't think anyone really expects them to beat Falcons and Dust 2. So again, try some aggressive moves in the beginning of the game. See if you can rattle out Falcons. You saw what happened on Inferno, and I just love when CT sides, you know, decide to take lower control from the beginning of the game and try to contest that. And I'd expect Hunter to be at the spearhead of that.
I think as well, when you're kind of not playing with confidence, be a little bit unpredictable and kind of get going. I don't know if this is the way they feel. The stats kind of suggest maybe it's a weakness and vulnerability. And usually what you can do to counter that is just everything out the window, guys. We're pushing middle, we're AWP middle, we're pushing tunnels, and we'll just kind of see a crazy game potentially.
Does this feel like a 3-mapper for your money though, Jacob?
I've learned my lesson, you know, unlike KiSuke. I will never say it's 100% gonna be a 3-mapper right here, but I'm at 99.9.
Yeah, I believe in this 3-mapper.
Any particular individuals that you're looking for then? Obviously the KiSuke, a little bit of a rough start on that Inferno. Do you think Dust 2 spells better times?
I think he's fantastic on Dust 2. The secondary AWPing as well that he sometimes pull out is another great asset they have to bring out to the server. mezii, you know, will be interesting to see how he's going to fare. He had such a strong start on the CT side of Inferno, then went completely missing up until his 1v4 attempt and then didn't really work out for him either. So I'd expect mezii and KiSuke to potentially bring out the double up setup and lay down the hammer.
Yeah, I think KiSuke as well. I've called him out twice in anti-eco, so it'd be nice for him to go and put 2 rating out there and shut me off.
Well, let's see exactly how it is about to go down. G2 managed to get that scrappy Inferno to a close. Ash wants more of the same, and honestly, so do I. One of the most entertaining maps we've seen so far here in Cologne. Can that continue onto the second of Dust 2?
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about. I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. 1 round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck.
Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull up his deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him in some. We are back!
Side, guys. One up mid.
Guys, no one B.
I have to go side.
We are staying 3B. I have long for us.
Okay, Nico, I'm gonna fight for it because you're
Holding a back flash.
Alone.
One ups.
I'm setting hide now.
Not going. I'm hiding short. Can be.
Watch a B.
Go B, Liam. Go B.
They're not tracking B.
Short B.
10 HP. Too short. I'm going A.
1 short. 2 short.
10 HP and Oper. 10 HP and Oper. They're gonna save. Hunt him. He's in boiler. He's
T-ups. Come here, man. 2 short. One come through long. Through the smoke.
Might be Oper. Corner or what? Yeah, yes. Can be.
Half HP.
Nice, Nico, bratан. Let's go, boys.
Nice, holy nice.
I would sleep like 4 hours during the night. I would play until 2, 3 a.m. I would need to wake up at 7 a.m. to go to school. 5 days in a week I would sleep like this, and on Saturday, Sunday I would just sleep like a baby. Wake up, school, play, eat, sleep, repeat. The same day every time.
Я с утра вставала, смотрела на него, или там бабушка, синяки под глазами. Но нет, он вставал, он шел в школу.
Спал там 3-4 часа, шел в школу убитый, там весь сонный. Но, как правило, у Ильи очень хорошая память и очень хорошо учился, поэтому ему там учеба давалась попроще.
Были, конечно, моменты, когда, например, бабушка его провожала в школу, сама уходила первая, а он уже все собрался, ну, решил задержаться. Да, и часик-два на диване, пока мне там в WhatsApp не писала учительница.
My grandma, she's strict when it comes to this kind of things. They're saying that you look like a zombie, you know. She's saying me the truth. I know it's true, but I cannot do anything about it. Like, I cannot not play.
Я сначала, не была против. Ой, не могла я уговорить его, не могла убедить его в том, что это вредно для здоровья. Но видела, какое у него желание.
My brother would always try to protect me. In his situation, nobody would protect him than himself. I love my brother and I'm very proud that I have a brother like him.
Андрей нас всех, и родителей, и меня, убедил в том, что это его. Он сможет показать себя, достичь хороших успехов.
А когда уже Илья подписал контракт с Нави Junior, тут уже все вопросы уже там иссякли. Ну, то есть не было вопросов никаких. То есть все прекрасно понимали, что это уже новый уровень.
Я уже видела на тот момент, что вот ему игра и вот этот вот КС, это его. Ну, что у него есть продвижение, это его мечта. И здесь большую роль еще, конечно, сыграл старший брат, который ему надо идти дальше, ему надо расти. Ты посмотри, как он развивается. Я сдалась, говорю, да, хорошо. И так получилось, что вот он чего достиг.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Krims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Krims with the spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet!
Can you believe it? Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026 Major. We've got Falcons entering stage 3. G2 being here, and they've got a map victory under their belt as well. Despite a hero performance from Nico, it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough at all. I mean, he was just barely keeping them into it. Now we go over to Dust 2, so we'll see what Falcons can have here. But I'll tell you what, you need more production out of the offense, obviously. And one of the big things they're missing that was there for that double tournament run where they went to back-to-back finals, didn't win either of them, second place at both events. But one of the things that we talked about during that stretch was how well Kyosuke was playing underneath Kerrigan when he came into the team. The performance, the individual level, the impact of Kyosuke just jumped up. In that first map, he was absent. He was quiet. We didn't have to say his name a whole lot. He didn't provide a whole lot of resistance. So we need that relationship, that connection between Kerrigan and Kyosuke to fire up here on Dust 2. And someone needs to join Nico as having impact inside the server if Falcons want to extend this series to a third map. Live into the pistol run on Dust 2. Falcons won both of them on Inferno, failed to convert both of them as well. Mistake-ridden Counter-Strike on map 1 for Falcons that has to disappear on Dust 2.
Well, they're going to be going heavy towards this B side, but look at this from Heavy God and Nerd stepping forward into the fight. And it's going to be Heavy God going out first with that headshot, but mezii and Kerrigan with quick kills. Nico holding that flank coming through the lower tunnels. He's got the information of Senpai's coming as well.
And they're going to go quick with it. No blocks. Actually, I don't know if they know that both players are there, but now they know Senpai's is close. Double swing from platform. Madison's going to follow it up.
Yeah, he's a little bit too far behind, but maybe that spacing will help him. But now they've got the information. Mattis, it looks impossible. 3 players waiting down in the site, ready to peek him together. Another pistol round going the way of Falcons.
Yeah, maybe a little bit frustrating for Tessis, who gets caught with nades in his hands, but that immediately disappears as soon as his teammates get both the kills in rebuttal and just barrel down into that B bomb site. G2 winning this round or losing on this piece of aggression. Either you get a kill, either you find information and nobody's home, or you've got a battle that you catch them out on guard with. But it was always decided by that piece of aggression. Now, the eternal question, can Falcons convert round 2?
Ooh. mezii taking a tag. And Shahar going up. Tessis is gone. mezii tag, you've got the opener. There's a good chance that this force buy wins again for G2.
It's not feeling good at the moment, is it, for Falcons? There's a tag onto Heavy God through the smoke. mezii doing what he can with low health, and the deagle shots, they just narrowly miss.
Oh, Carrigan just taking matters into his own hands, running down mid with the MAC-10. It's gonna at least even out the numbers for now, but there's still 1:20 on the clock. Where do you put this one if you're Falcons? Where do you decide to go? You've still got mezii waiting out top mid with the bomb on his back, and he's also got 17 health. Doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of options other than trying to get out long here.
Get out long to use the range of your weapons. Let Carrigan be the distraction and the presence over in middle. He's going to have to be very cautious as a solo player, but get the scout over in pit, and mezii can support the scale up to the bomb site. Heavy God drills another one.
Uh-oh, you start to sweat if you're Falcons. Under a minute left on the clock. 2 players coming out long. Heavy God at the ready, gets another one, finishes off mezii, and Kyosuke sending a shot right back. But it's the flank out short. Carrigan getting caught down low. Sends shots towards Hunter. Still alive. Carrigan needs both. He can't get it. He's gone. So it's Kyosuke with a 1v2 ahead of him. 30 seconds left. Damage down towards the CT player, but Sunpius finishes him off, and they cannot shake this curse. A pistol one and a force buy lost. It's incredible how consistent Falcons are at this.
Yeah, and look at Zonic. He's just got like that sad smile on his face. Like,
that's
about to be expected, I guess. Like, that's just what we're doing right now, is winning pistols and losing second rounds.
Because you'd imagine outside during that break that this was a big talking point. It was like, all right, let's get a good start. Let's win this pistol, and talking about tightening up those anti-ecos. It messed another one up.
Yeah, from Zonic it's the anti-ecos. From Carrigan it's the communication. Both of them lacking on the first map. Now fast-paced, they're running right into Nertz's position with the MP7. Goes for one. Good trade. And another battle won by Kyosuke.
Yeah, good double with that AK. At least making it work for now. But 3v4, G2 still with a chance to recover this. Mats is going to be waiting it long, and there are multiple players for Falcons ready to go around that corner.
Yeah, but this MAC-10 can chew him up. All pistols coming at him. Sunpius is even going to join up, and now it gets really dangerous. Peek with the scout drop, but he does tag Nico.
Well, MAC-10 trying to finish them off. Just the one from Mattis, so brilliant kill from Nico. And Tess has had to get the trade, so it's Heavy God 1v3.
Oh, and he hears the footsteps. Yeah, Kyosuke was watching for this, but he's got to go dedicated himself to the bomb site. They're going slow. Heavy God might have a chance to catch him as they walk up towards long, but not yet pulling the trigger to start making footsteps. Kyosuke, back still turned. Nico and Tess is now entering the bomb site.
There's a kit down there, but he isn't going to get to it. Heavy God needs this kill right behind him. Kyosuke is going to fall away. Tesses with the scout. Heavy God has him in his sights. The AK-47 out, looking for the headshot. Will not connect it. Tesses crosses over, takes the tag. Now the chances of Heavy God really dwindle. He's got no utility. Would have to cross in towards Nico as well. So Heavy God not able to piece this together, and we're getting that Inferno start, aren't we? The force buy win from G2 into a force buy win from Falcons, and it's just chaos.
Really nice round, coming long late. Tess is, oh, he's gonna win the fight at the end. Swaps out to the M4. Nice kill, cleans out all the rifles of G2, and Falcons right back to it. A little bit scary, and that'll at least make Zonic happy. You do lose the second, but you get it right back at the very least. Lovely openings provided by Kyosuke. Good trade, and prepared for the follow-up fight off short. Nico's Deagle, man, doing some real work. Come in today on fire.
Well, Nerds unleashed. He's the one rifle, the one hope here for G2 in this round. He's gone towards top middle, tracking those steps. Flash comes in, just the one for Nerds. Sunpius trying to back away, but out of ammo. Carrigan makes it awkward. Here's the 5-7, and Mattis gets nothing.
Carrigan's at 1 HP. Those bullets were meant for Tesses. They sailed past him and hit Carrigan, brought him down very, very low. A lot of pressure applied by G2. Been very aggressive in the CT side in these first 4 rounds of play. Stress testing the offense of Falcons that struggled so mightily on Inferno. Here on Dust 2, it's gotten control right back. And an easy decision to make for Falcons is just let Kerrigan lead the way with his 1 HP. Let him be the one to show you exactly where your opponents are.
Have he gone? Out he goes! No way! Nearly gets down to mezii, to Hunter as well, but you've got mezii coming out with that AK, and now Hunter's left in a 1v2. What can he do with his 5-7? He's all the way on the other side of the map, so
yeah.
Heavy God's moment looked like it might just ignite the round, but with Hunter being so far away, the dream just looks a little bit too far.
Yeah, I thought actually that he'd just head towards, I think he might just head towards Xbox and try and recover a weapon. I thought he'd go towards short. Bomb being planted just now. I don't even think Hunter's going to think about going for it. Just wants an AK-47, an M4 on the ground, and he'll recover that weapon and bring it forward. So Falcons offense on Dust 2 does what they couldn't do on Inferno, which is get rounds strung together in a row. They'll take a 3-1 lead and economic advantage moving forward. What's up, Cologne? You guys gonna be here all week for stage 3? Yeah.
We're all just charging towards the Lanxess now. Stage 3, the best of 3s as well. It's great to see that. I mean, we already seen the effect of it, right? FUT coming in with a win early against Vitality and them having to recover the series. So the best of 3s already having their effect in their touch here on stage 3 of the competition. And for Falcons, they're happy about the best of 3s, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. A chance to recover here on their own map pick. This is the map they eliminated G2 on from that Budapest Major. It was the 3rd deciding map in that series. mezii just absolutely popped off. Once he got the AWP in his hands on the CT side, G2 just couldn't find a way past him. New lineup now, though. Maybe those solutions are there.
When you mentioned mezii op, it's out in play. And obviously no real challenge in the other side of things because it's just the one rifle here for Hunter. Heavy God's got a deagle and does some despicable things with it over on the first map.
Yeah, and in some sense, I mean, you could see Falcons taking this one very slow and cautiously. These are the rounds that Falcons are finding, I think, the hardest at the moment is against some of these low buys. We heard Zonic talk about it in the previous map, lost plenty of them. So really nervous at this point. Kerrigan's likely saying the only thing that can really make us lose this round is something silly. So everyone kind of just be a little bit more cautious. Don't try and overextend. Don't try and do anything on your own. Let's just take some basic map control. Tess is watching for long pushes. Nico watching for B pushes. Kerrigan, Kyosuke, and mezii, the pack mentality for the attack.
Ugh, really fumbled that one, haven't they? Trying to boost Hunter up to misfire, and they don't want to stick around once they've given that sound cue on over.
It looks like Falcons want to go right at it, though, despite the sound cues.
Well, Kerrigan walking up. It's going to be some bias of FUT spotted. Kerrigan's going to take that first kill, tapping away to the side as well. Kerrigan is the entry, apparently.
Yeah, creating the space. We know that's what he likes to do for his star players. Kyosuke following up. Nico as well coming in late. There's the jump up, but that's being watched as well. So no issues for Falcons in this round off the Kerrigan openers. They'll take a 3-round lead. They're going to be up 4-1 when all is said and done.
I think Zonic's blood pressure can go down just a little bit after this start now, at least. At least you were able to wrestle for control of it. Yes, you lost the anti-eco, but able to get themselves back into a position to stabilize. And it's Kerrigan who's had the strongest start here. 7-3 beginning to this game. We know on T-side Dust 2 can do that every now and then. Have a great game and lead the charge for his team and do the dirty work.
I think we're going to see a lot of that, I think, throughout Dust 2. I think he probably left Inferno with the feeling as he still kind of adjusts and gets used to his players and how they respond in these different situations and different match scenarios. I think he had to have felt like he didn't have a whole lot of guys taking initiative on Inferno T-side. We heard his timeout talking about them not communicating enough, not passing enough information onto him. So I think here on Dust 2, he's just going to grab the reins. He won't care about his individual level. His goal is to be the first guy creating the space for everyone else.
Uto going out, long corner smoke. Here goes Tesses out first, charging up, firing himself forward, but he can't get anything done as Pius takes the opener. Mattis has got the second, and Falcon's bodies just pile up at long. And the only player that can recover this really is mezii, and he's caught as well. So nothing done in this round for Falcons.
Yeah, huge problem now because you've given them, you've let them out of a really tough position, giving them such a clean round win in their first gun round. And I think that one is going to be Tessa saying, my bad, stopping inside the double doors, stopping inside the choke point, not swinging wide, not letting his teammates stream out behind him to get involved in the fight. It was 3 1v1 battles from Falcons in the tightest choke point of long.
And still didn't get the kill. You know, like if you're going to plant your feet there, you might as well get the kill, but...
You better get the kill.
You have to, and it doesn't. So they don't even get a single frag going their way there, Falcons. So the silly round it looks like, and there'll be a second here for G2. They're going to be loving the fact, as you mentioned, you come out here, you get your first buy round, and you've kept everybody alive.
It was the huge issue for Falcons on Inferno, is too many CT rounds won by G2 with all 5 players staying alive and all 5 players getting extra money built up. So Nico's just trying to toy with these long players, pull Mattis into another flank.
Yeah, Mattis not going to move forward, not going to give him that free kill. Nico's got to come to him, and the shadow is going to be on Mattis' advantage, but Nico gets the kill, but takes a dink on board, 10 HP. Trying to piece this one together, 25 seconds, and we'll start to fade away. Will not be attempting the round victory anymore, but he's getting flanked here.
He's going for kills in this round, right? Throwing utility towards middle, making it feel like he's scaling up short so he can get one of the long players to push, which he does get his 2 kills. Then he throws a smoke out towards long, hoping to get the mid players to push. But Heavy God coming from T-Spawn was one he didn't expect. Right here, crouching in that choke point. First player needs to get out. I know there's flames, I know there's a Molotov, but needs to swing wide so that Kiyosuke can follow up and you can 2-on-1 that fight at the corner.
Yeah, just stalls out almost immediately after that. At least you've still got a good buy here at Falcons. You've got the AWP out for Monacy and Carrigan running down middle. And send that Molotov up towards Hunter and force him further back. So Carrigan on his own has fought for short control. And without the flames, as Nico will send some of his own forward, and then Flash is going to be ready to unleash Carrigan. Grenade goes forward. They're actually just going aggressive, and Senpai is going to love that. He peeks up, he catches Kiyosuke. Carrigan throwing his body up through short. Getting the 1 kill, but traded out by Mattis.
Yeah, important trade for Mattis jumping up. Okay, this is dangerous. They're going to come back and try and retake long. Sampaius with the AWP, but Mattis will be the first one to turn the corner. Going to be hard for Sampaius to trade this.
Yeah, Tessez needs to step up now at long. He goes out, but Sampaius will get that trade. It's now a 3v2 with a minute left. Monacy trying to cut off the rotations back to bolster that A defense, and he hasn't been able to punish them, so now Nico going forward, trying to get out into the B-bomb site, needs this kill, and he's got it. Takes a lot of damage on board. Monacy missing the shot, so Nico once again is put under pressure. Grenade, will it find him? It goes past. Nico goes forward, Heavy God, last bullet to a headshot, and Monacy to a clutch. A 1v2, and this is what he does best. Get him into the clutches. Monacy against Sampaius. In the Orpa's paradise, Monacy waits, Sampaius goes forward, and never a doubt in the clutch.
Pulls him into the exact fight he wants. Taps the bomb, knows Sampaius wants to make that play through the smoke. Knows he wants to try and catch him coming off the bomb plat. And Monacy is oh so ready. It's the one facet of the game that Falcons was winning back on Inferno was those clutch scenarios thanks to Nico. It's continuing here on Dust 2 thanks to this one from Monacy. And he keeps that Falcons offense rolling. Money is gone for G2, back to pistols.
Hunter into the lower tunnels, 5-7 in hand. Gonna drop on him. Carrigan opening kill. Nico to follow up, and these pistols not gonna be too much of a threat at all. You know, over on Inferno, anytime there's a big clutch moment from a Falcons player, whether it be Monacy or we see Nico obviously pull off a number of them, there would be a response from G2, right? They wouldn't let that be the moment that broke them. They didn't have the weapons to do it this time. So they're actually getting to capitalize on it and extend into the lead.
That's true. We can also say this, because it seems pretty apparent, is this Falcons offense seems just much more comfortable here on Dust 2, and whether that's a map problem or a map thing, or whether it's, you know, maybe just communication has jumped up due to the conversation between the maps. Falcons having a lot more cleaner look, kind of transitioning between ideas, helping that Carrigan is so motivated and so aggressive on his space taking.
Yeah, seeing Carrigan take the responsibility is something we've seen in FaZe for years here on Dust 2, and obviously seeing it now in the Falcons jersey as well. It just gives so much more space and opportunity to the better individual players on his team to thrive. Tesses going to be taken out by Mattis. That 5-7 goes into an AK-47.
Carrigan's going to go try and hunt it down. He'll risk the MAC-10 to be able to try and find this AK-47. We'll see if Sampaius ever spots him out. So 6-2, Falcons going to take a 4-round lead. First map was back and forth, was a little bit grindy. Took a long time for teams to grab and wrestle any control out of their opponent's hands. This one's been pretty much all Falcons rattling up to a decent lead early on. So AK saved in the hands of Madis. Falcons not really motivated whatsoever to hunt these last remaining guns down.
Yeah, don't have a huge amount of money themselves, obviously. So save those 3 weapons, prioritize the AWP. And a 6-2 lead it is. Much better here from Falcons. Got some Pius who will get his hands back on the AWP.
And a timeout from G2 to talk things over, because now they're just feeling ran over. Falcons came into this one with a different vibe, a different style, and they're building upon it. Kerrigan's got 9 kills. mezii with his 1v2 clutch has his impact. 5 of the last 6 in the favor of Falcons, and G2 still reeling, trying to figure this one out. Falcons have been able to attack up short and get control. We've seen them try and get out long to decent effect. A couple times it's worked, a couple times it was shut down. But a lot of the pressure is coming from Kerrigan working his way up catwalk, working his way up short. Round 9 comes in full buy from both sides. G2 is going to be missing some kits.
So Pius with the responsibility of holding B on his shoulders, the only player over there for the defense. That is a big risk. Kyosuke gets through the mid doors, he's up there, he's close, and he's got no detection of presence from the CT side. It's the double setup here, has to work. Kerrigan getting the information. What is the reaction here for Falcons once they know that 2 players are aggressive short?
Yeah, it's a bummer seeing that. Kerrigan's done such a good job taking space, but no flashbang used to activate him around that corner whatsoever, so caught out by the defensive setup. And again, that's what's been so effective for Falcons, was Kerrigan gaining this space.
Oh, great shot from mezii. Hunter was jump spotting, just showing a little bit, but that's enough. That's all he needs.
Yeah, when you get the kill that fast as well, you know it's going to be really hard to react in time, but Nertz has been able to find a gap in the Molotov. He's up! He's up!
He's missed the timing there. mezii had utility in his hand, so Nertz able to punish him, gets the headshot, and keeps G2 ahead in the player count. But the bomb is planted, and it must be a retake for G2.
Yeah, that kill kind of negates the timing advantage, but it's brought right back. Good initiative from Kyosuke, and now a 3-on-3. And remember, we mentioned it, no kits on the CT side. Retake's got to come quick.
Yeah, he goes over the top. Kyosuke locked in, ready for his next fight. It's coming from either Heavy God or Mattis, and looking like it's going to be Mattis because Heavy God has slipped up the ramp. Good tap away from Kyosuke. Heavy God now reveals himself on the ramp. He's got both! And all of a sudden, there's Nico alone, backing away. Time is the problem. No kit for these 2 G2 players, and Nico's going to hold it. He just steps back, realizes with the utility there would be no defuse, goes forward just to make sure of it, picks up the AWP, and will go off with the bomb.
I think in Nico's head, he doesn't realize if someone maybe tapped the defuse during the gunfight, during the Molotov going off, that he couldn't hear, so he's going to make sure. 7-2, another clutch added to the back pocket of Nico. Lovely series he's putting together. 4 versus 5 conversion for Falcons. Really well done. Helps when mezii hits such a fast shot on Hunter like that. Able to scale up short before anyone from G2 is able to do anything to stop it. And now a second timeout from G2. The wheels have come off the bus of this G2 defense, and Saw yet again having a conversation trying to get them back into it. And the problem is, you actually probably did exactly what you wanted after the last time out, which is get that kill on Kerrigan, prevent him from being alive, but they still just kind of follow up with the same sort of idea and still find the same sort of success.
Much more of a team effort coming in from Falcons.
Well, everyone on this team has only had positive things to say about Kerrigan since he's joining, since their back-to-back run to grand finals, back-to-back second places. All of them have come out and said, we've really enjoyed playing with him, the way he commands inside the game, the way he commands outside the game.
It's great to hear Kyosuke being so positive about it as well, loving getting to play with that free style of calling, and mezii.
They never spotted Nertz.
Taking that opener on some Pius. Now, Let's see if Nertz is able to reveal the trade kill. You've got Nico stepping into the lower tunnels. Nertz, oh, not a chance. Not even a second to react. Nico, picture perfect with the headshot. Kyosuke boosted over the top of the smoke, and Hunter's caught as well. So if you're G2, you just feel like you can do nothing.
Yeah, and even none of the calls during the timeout work. 2 timeouts called very close together, and out of those timeouts, it's looking like 2-round losses. Would have to take some kind of incredible mistake, some kind of incredible individual effort to recover this 2 versus 5. m0NESY looking for the push off short, so if Madis continues, here it is. Missed shot. He will find one, but traded immediately. 8-2. The lead is now 6 in the favor of Falcons. Looking to force us onto Ancient as a decider.
Now, for the first time having a stretch around so they feel comfortable, and just smiles on their faces. Starting to get in the real rhythm. And we're 8-2 already. It's fantastic for Falcons to see if they can continue into the next couple of rounds here. Should be able to, considering what G2 have brought to the party. It's an M4 for Hunter, the rest on pistols.
Something, anything that they can maybe just hope. Hope gives them the kind of performance they need. Falcons haven't gone back to any kind of play towards long fast, right? Ever since we saw that round where Tess's kind of led the way and things got bottlenecked and they got mowed down, Kerrigan has just said, you know what, let's not even mess with that kind of an idea. Very passive defense from G2, giving him a lot of room in middle, a lot of room on catwalk, but there's 4 players stacked up on the A bomb site side of the map, including Hunter's M4, the only rifle that G2 have in this round.
Well, Flash does come in just as Falcons were getting ready to throw that initial utility in, but it only slows them for a second as they come in towards Nertz. It's the 5-7, rattling off shots, gets 1 kill. m0NESY trades into the open, bomb down. Hunter damage onto a second player as well. This can get messy. This can get very, very messy very quickly. Kyosuke waiting as that smoke is up. He's out of bullets. He has to come away for just a second. m0NESY reveals 2 kills though, and that's a triple from m0NESY. 12-4 performance and a 9th round for Falcons T side.
Really, really good patience, and now that smile on Onyx's face isn't exasperation. It isn't just like if I don't laugh, I'm gonna cry. Now he can be a little bit proud because Falcons is handling some of these late round situations very well, being very patient in moments where they know they have the advantage, when they know all they have to do is kind of sit and wait. Nobody overextending, nobody trying to make some kind of a play to alleviate the pressure. Just ready and waiting to respond to whatever G2 brings out.
There's a step through from Mattis. Carrick gonna be caught, but ooh, a knife out. He actually manages to get around the corner somehow. Kyosuke can't chase after that trade kill. It was daylight robbery from Mattis, but he gets his comeuppance in the air. Kyosuke catches him with the grenade around the corner.
Oh, this could be the round. This could be the whole thing right now.
Yeah, double push into the tunnels. Nico waits. Nertz around first. Heavy guard showing that he's got aggressive too. And he just tries to retreat, and Nico will allow him to do so.
That's what I mean by like kind of not forcing issues too much. Nico realizes like, I'm happy with the stalemate. I'm happy with the kill. You can back off now. Sit back into the bomb site because how's anyone gonna get across to you? We got m0NESY in place to cut off the rotation at double doors. We'll just wait out this smoke and we're ready to party.
Ready to overwhelm Heavy God, who hasn't been able to get to a strong position. It feels like such a one and done here for Heavy God. They force him into the open. There's the 1 kill, and he's done. So that's the site cracked wide open. Sampius and Hunter are going to come back and give this a go. Last round of the half. As you pointed out earlier, Jason, you've got m0NESY in a position just cutting off that rotation.
I love that play from Nico. I know it seems like so small, so minuscule, but I feel like the other decision to be aggressive and go for the second kill is what's haunted them all the past year. m0NESY's up has just been so damn strong here on Dust 2. 13-4 for m0NESY.
That's going to be 10-2 for the Falcons. Disastrous Inferno. But much better here on Dust 2. Smiles return to the faces of the Falcons as they are looking to try and force this series into a 3rd map. Falcons playing with the mentality after Inferno that it doesn't matter how you open, it's all about how you close.
Yeah, well, G2 could use a little bit of that mentality. They actually did great on the opening fights here on Dust 2 in the first half. They won 9 of them. They gave themselves 9 5-on-4s in that first half, and they leave with 2 rounds only, which is absolutely crazy. They weren't able to close out a few more of those. It's a testament to how well Falcons played. The engine is fully online. kyosuke and mezii leading the way. Nico with 11 kills. That trio is exactly who you want to be performing for you to bring us to a third map. Now they switch over to the defensive side.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick pistol towards this B side. You've got kyosuke waiting. The closest player to him is mezii.
Well, let's see what the kid's got, right? That maybe he just knocks down 3 of them and it's over.
Well, he's standing in the open, really trying, but good flashes from G2, putting him under pressure. And he'll get absolutely nothing, but he has bought a little bit of time, but mezii ends up getting tagged as well, so they know exactly what he's trying to do. And G2 break through to the B side.
No utility for G2 to activate anything. Nico's still all the way out at long. Kerrigan's still on catwalk. I don't even think they're going for this. 4 versus 5 in the pistol. Bomb site loss. Yeah, round's done. Go get some kills elsewhere. See if you can get some extra money for the second round buy if you want to go for it.
Well, finally, G2 wanting a pistol round.
That's true. It is their first in the series.
It's got to feel good.
It doesn't feel that way because they've won 3 second rounds.
Let's see if Falcons can get one of those to go their way finally. G2 obviously needed this pistol, lose the pistol here on Dust 2, and your hopes and dreams are dead on the second map. Ancient will be the third map of this series. Currently looks like we're going to be going there.
Oh, that'd be heartbreaking in a whole different way if the Falcons that we've seen in this map found a way to break down and let a comeback happen. They've been so damn strong, and I think we're getting a cautionary timeout right now out of Falcons with a big lead, 10-3. And I think that's the conversation they're happening is don't stress, don't get frustrated, don't freak out if there's a little bit of a mini run here from G2. Let's keep playing poised, keep playing calm, keep playing within the team. And always remember the goal of just winning the round rather than making the play. And Saw to burn 2 of his timeouts in the first half to almost no effect. They could never adjust and adapt properly to stop the Falcons' onslaught. But now looking to ride this momentum and this advantage deep into this second half to try and get them within striking distance. A FAMAS on mezii, 3-5-7s, and the Deagle on Nico is what Falcons bring to fight here in round 14.
Charging out long, going heavy at Kerrigan, taking him down to 21 health and forcing Falcons to have to fall away. They can't stand and fight with the weapons they've got. G2 will come out with too much strength at long.
Okay, well, they're going to come crunch middle. They know exactly what they're working up against. Play out long, that's just going to get delayed by smoke. G2 will be a little bit patient and actually seeing none of those smokes being put in place by the CT side. They'll start crawling up a little bit early. And Falcons never went and cleared Nertz out from Xbox, so he's going to be a late play they got to be concerned about. Nobody's watching for Heavy God crossing, the smoke obscuring the vision. He's already made it over to rail.
It's going to come down to reactions. Can you take Heavy God down just with the sheer reactions you've got? So he is going to pop up and surprise you at any second. Waiting for his teammates to call for the moment to go, and there he is, straight up towards Nico. Stood no chance, he had utility in his hands. Heavy God does get taken out eventually by mezii, but G2 have all the answers. mezii going out for a little bit more, but taken down eventually by Hunter, and Tess has now 1v3 with the 5-7. It's all about damage here, really. Can he take anybody to the grave with him? Jumps up, he's been spotted, and taken away by Mattis. So a 4th round for G2, they've won the essential first steps here in the second half.
Yeah, lovely work from Heavy God, quietly just crouching to the other side, giving it a few beats, and then finding the perfect moment to pop up. Falcons didn't play the delay tactics with the deep long smokes, so G2 happy to scale. That'll force the Falcons back into weaker pistols. Some upgrades, but not a whole lot of utility. There's going to be a nade stack. It looks like they'll be bringing that out towards long. But nobody heading into cave fast from the G2 side of things, so these nades are going to miss their mark.
No, not going to be effective. only thing you could hope for in a round like this if you're Falcons is a little bit of mezii magic with a deagle. NiKo going forward, really fighting for this, even with the weapons they've got. KyoSuke is actually going to win it. The P250's come out on top, so NiKo has grabbed an MP7 and he will retreat, and now it's going to be a G2 heavy at long.
Yeah, G2's very happy it's only going to be an MP7 that's passed over, so not any kind of crazy weapon that NiKo can utilize to just wreck you on this attack. Or can he?
You can't challenge them at long range with the weapons you've got if you're Falcons right now, so you have to let them get closer.
They might all swing on this, even without a flashbang. They're just going to go.
Oh, they go into the open. Mattis and Hunter handling the pressure with this. The mezii deagle entering the feed. Is there another one? Body shot towards Hunter, tagging him, slowing him. And now G2 scratching their heads, wondering how they've got themselves into this situation. Lose this, and it likely cost them the entire map. That's his weight side of the smoke. Carrigan and Tesses at the ready. The two Danes line up either side of that smoke. And G2 creep forward, closer and closer to the site. Tension at an all-time high in this round as they go into the open. Carrigan dead. Mattis on the follow-up headshot, so it's got to be Tesses, and he's pretty close. Very close, in fact. 5-7 territory, but Hunter's able to come through, and that AK will recover the round here for G2, but that's a real scary round towards the end.
Yeah, it really was, but you got to give credit to G2 for the recovery. So much pressure on that swing. Even without a flashbang, it's just the last thing that G2 expected, holding it back and then winning a long, extended fight against 3 Falcons players up inside the bomb site. Really, really well done calming it down. 4v5 conversion for G2 this time. It's a 5-round lead for Falcons, and mezii is going to have an opening pick peering up through the double doors.
They got Heavy God charging through, and NiKo and Carrigan both going to be dead. So a decent start here from G2. We'll see if mezii can get away here.
He didn't clear low as deep as he needed to, so Nerds has the timing to pop out basically whenever he wants. mezii, this is all going to be just good or bad luck.
He goes forward, and clearance is there. Numbers once again even.
And with that spot into lower, Tesses slides back, committed to the deep bomb site. Heavy God just keep moving forward. A one-man army. And Tesses needs to stand his ground, hold his nerve, and he misses the shot.
One-man army, well, mezii is him. He's going to come into this in a 1v2. This would be for the ace for mezii. Outside the door smoke. He won a clutch inside of the site earlier. Now he has to win a clutch coming back into it. A lot more difficult. But perhaps not beyond his skill set. Hard to see a way now. And another smoke comes down at the doors. He's got no utility of his own, no kit.
I don't think he wants...
mezii realizes he has to retreat. The money's not in a great situation. This AWP is very important later into the game, so he peels away.
You could see Tesses just getting pulled between way too many different ideas. I mean, this is... Falcons just let Heavy God have his way with him in this round. 2 kills outside long, 2 individual 1v1s, and then he gets his 1v1 up onto short. And Tesses is thinking the whole time he's got to fall out of the beat bomb site because his teammates elsewhere are dying, but right when he's kind of mid-decision, stuck between 2 different mines, gets taken down from the B halls. When does the next timeout come from Falcons? When does Zonic feel like they're losing their grip? 10-2 at half, 4 in a row to open things up on this T side for G2. Falcons defense hasn't locked in quite yet.
Well, you don't have enough for a full buy here if you're Falcons, but you do have a mezii AWP. So you're going to buy something around it, you know, pistols and MP9. Give yourself a chance in a round like this, but G2 riding the wave. That grenade going to land just there behind Surprise, but he's staying committed to his attack. He's going out. And Carrigan's going to swing in towards the scope and perish.
That's actually some awesome tracking from Sunpius. Nate is going to blow up Obscurus Vision. Another one comes in, and now they've got control of long right back. And now an a second AWP on NiKo.
Yes, okay, NiKo AWPing. Okay, we love to see it. Let's see if mezii and NiKo can pull this off for the double ops. Tesses next up. 5-7, beyond the doors. G2 are trying to get past it, but they don't check. That's an instant death. Tesses still alive. He's got an AK, but he couldn't get it out in time. But KyoSuke looking to try and capitalize on the chance. He throws the flash up, he tries to delay, and they're actually blocked behind that door smoke for now.
Yeah, but now they have information, they have timing, right? So many bodies spotted in towards mid around these double doors. They know the exact timing. They got to worry about the transition over to the B bomb site. So one is left as a lurk, and it's NiKo with the op, unfamiliar with the weapon. If he goes down, KyoSuke is exposed.
And Nico will get caught. Heavy Guard moves out, and KyoSuke now all on his own. It falls to the MP9. Can he stand up? Can he deliver around here? As they come through the tunnels, the MP9 rapid to kill one, but the trade was always coming through from Hunter. And once again, you've got mezii in a clutch, but this time switching to the AK-47, and this time he's got a kit.
Yeah, it makes it feel like this time he's going for it as well. Deja vu for mezii, another crack at it.
Same sort of positions as well he's got to deal with. No one offering him a chance. The respect is there. They know mezii is more than capable in these moments. And that time will take on. The fuse getting shorter and shorter as mezii steps to the doorway into the fight. Oh my God, he's close. But Heavy Guard silences him, retreats to grab the AWP. And G2 are doing this.
G2 are coming right back, 5 in a row now as they've just worked this Falcons defense across the map. It's a competition of the offenses right now because no one can stop anything. Second time out for Falcons. Now Zonic is getting that same feeling that Saw did in the first half where nothing's working, and now he's got to find an idea to adapt, but it didn't work out of the first time out either. Laying on some late round punishment, G2 had Heavy God the previous one just being the hero out long with 3 kills. A couple late round plays towards the B bomb site when you've been pulling the defense all sorts of places all over the map. A lot of pressure on this new Falcons lineup and experience together in these moments. And G2 not losing faith whatsoever. Very impressive stretch from them to start this second half, staying alive here on Dust 2.
Yeah, Heavy God definitely being the critical player here for G2.
18 kills for Heavy God. Next up is Madis at 11.
Impact kills as well. Hunter going through the motions. Up on Cat. He's going to molly off the ledge. Maintain the position on his own.
It's going to be a heavy play towards the B bomb site. They're going to come right at it and test KyoSuke. Tess isn't just dumping all of his utility to delay due to the mid to B utility.
So KyoSuke is going to play close to the exit of the tunnels. Minute on the clock.
I think G2 is going to come through this. That's the question for me right now. Hunter just threw his utility.
Here they come, charging in. It's going to be first from TeSeS. He's toppled too. Madison Nerds both dead. Hunter getting flanked, but he turns. He finds an important kill here on Carrigan. 45 seconds. There's still a chance to recover this round for G2. Thanks to Hunter winning that fight.
It's got to be Hunter right now against the AWP, and it's the best opponent he could pick with the low HP.
Misses the shot. 1 HP from mezii. Still alive, getting away, trying to fall back around the wall, but he is hunted. Sunpius now looking in middle. 25 seconds left. He'll climb up on top of the Xbox, and he can't get the kill. He can't get the fry. 20 seconds. Bomb leaping up towards the site.
He's got the AWP now.
Yeah, he switched to it. The sniper in his hands. His teammate Heavy God making his way in, committing to the plant, but Nico's moved forward. Nico's running down. Heavy God's dead, and it's all on Hunter. And he can't do anything. Nico will deny it. The hard work of Hunter undone by Nico. And it's the fact that Nico runs up short just as Hunter moves away and gives Heavy God an impossible task of staying alive.
Yeah, I think Nico just didn't want to overthink it. He probably feels that way maybe throughout this half. We're just not fragging enough. So, I mean, he kind of sends caution to the wind and just scales up onto the bomb site. Got some cover of the smoke and says, why don't I just handle this right now? That's all we need to do. And finally, Falcons have their first round of the second half, creeping up to 11. This has B bomb site written all over it. Just a set piece, but a third defender. mezii is going to be playing in middle. He can be or fast. And actually, as I say that, he's shifted back to CT spawn. So TeSeS and KyoSuke to be tested yet again. They passed it in the last round.
Pretty much the same setup too, right? TeSeS is hoping for the same result. KyoSuke, they're coming out towards him this time. He's got the first, he's got 2. And G2 are down to 3 members immediately. They haven't traded anybody out. KyoSuke finally dead, but TeSeS is up next. He's got 2 on the spray away. And Hunter's stuck in smoke, going out to his death. So TeSeS in Kyosuke. That B-bomb site will not crack, and Falcons head to 12-7.
Yeah, if you sensed a weakness at that B-bomb site at different points in this half, you'd be dead wrong. Back-to-back rounds, they've shut you down. Completely closed access to the B-bomb site. It's a tool that's been useful for G2 towards the end of rounds, but opening up with it has been a disaster. So the third and final timeout comes in from G2. Last chance for Saw to change anything and provide some ideas of how they can come back into this. It's been a valiant run. Valiant comeback, that stretch of 5 rounds, but it's not nearly enough.
You'll get to see what they're able to bring to the server in the next round too. You're gonna have a scout for some Pius, Tech-9s, the Eagles. Not looking good for G2. Too little done in that first half. They had a decent start here. They're starting to build something on this T side, but just not enough margin for error. And it has cost them.
So the final gasp, as you said, Scout on Sun Pius, 2 Tech-9s, 2 Deagles for potentially the final round of G2 here on Dust 2.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
Yeah, Hunter peak. Mossy getting a taste of the Deagle. Look at the smile on Hunter's face. Gonna reset with that now, G2. It's not a weapon you can recover.
Well, they also now know that that Falcons' defense has got to be a little bit nervous about long, so it's going to thin out, spread across the map. Kyosuke gonna back away closer to the double doors B bomb site. Him and Tesses are gonna play outside the bomb site, focus towards middle.
Yeah, if you're G2, you're feeling like you're gonna have to go to this B bomb site, but you've been punished in back-to-back rounds for attempting to do so.
Yeah, but now they've got a kill, and now they've pressured the mid to B split, so instead of Kyosuke being there at a tricky position, it's all on Tesses. He's got a 1v4.
What can Tesses do? From behind the car, looking to drive this one home on Dust 2. Just the first. Nerds trades him. Heavy God, good position. Kyosuke barrels through the smoke. Heavy God yet to reveal his position. Trigger discipline. They go on by. Nerds is taking Kyosuke down. Headshot for Heavy God. And Carrigan knocked over. So G2 actually make the most of it. Hunter's start with a Deagle at long is not in vain. In fact, they will extend play.
Yeah, really nice calling from Hunter. I mean, the opening kill is fantastic, but not kind of lollygagging around the map, not spreading out trying to find anything else, not giving any frags away, just in that 5-on-4, applying pressure to the mid to B split with utility, and then shifting into a straight up B hit. Everything he called worked perfectly to make that defense as susceptible as possible. So Nico's gonna save the AK-47. Plenty of money for Falcons to buy again in the next round, but G2 do creep a little bit closer. 12-8.
Our next series of the day is gonna be Navi's Spirit. I can see them sitting on the stage, setting up right now. They've got a little while to wait, it would seem, as Falcons still looking like they're gonna be the team to extend this. Well, let's see if G2 can pull off something ridiculous. This is the Hunter Deagle shot on mezii.
I felt like Tesses could have built up back into it. Just a lovely shot with the Deagle from Nerds turning the corner. Round 21 is live. The op in the hands of mezii, AK for Nico. Full buy for this Falcons side, and they'll try again. Nico's gonna get aggressive. Kyosuke pushed up towards the double doors. mezii's op trained.
Hoping this mid setup will be the one for Falcons. Hoping that they can get it done. They start to send a player into the lower tunnels. Head spotted. They know exactly where Hunter is. mezii looking for some revenge from that Deagle shot in the last round, but not going to be connecting. They'll send the nade towards Nerds instead.
Yeah, that shot from the op and the follow-up nade towards lower is the signal that they were set up aggressively in middle, so Nerds just stands his ground, doesn't want to mess with any of that, knows they're going to have to back off on the timing. So stalemate on the aggressive piece from Falcons, nothing gets done. You've chewed time off the clock. We're about the 1 minute mark left in the round.
Two flashes, allowing Nerds a little bit of a peek beyond the doorway, but he doesn't want to charge through. Hunter now moving further up cat. It's going to be smoked. Falcons throw a defensive PC utility down here, and that allows Nico to move up closer and closer to it.
Kerrigan hasn't pushed long at all. He's inside the long cave, and normally we see someone move at about this point, but now that the mid to B utility is there, Kerrigan's going to start making his play. That flank has got to be a little bit faster to activate.
Once again, this B bombs are under pressure. This time, Kyosuke is there with Tesses. Is it going to be enough to close it out? Certainly looks like it. Tesses gets 2, and now coming through the window, Tesses traded out. Heavy Guard with 2 essential kills to keep this one going for G2. They pick the bomb up. Heavy Guard the difference yet again. And Nico arriving towards the door. Hunter wins the fight. And all of a sudden, G2 believe again.
Kerrigan can't play with this low HP. I think they're just going to play containment.
That's insane.
I don't think they want to mess with m0NESY losing the AWP, so I think this is more about exit kills or coming in very, very, very late.
m0NESY now spotted. He's got the pick on Heavy Guard. Has to be Hunter. Has to be Hunter. And now he's up against m0NESY. Dropping the utility. Former teammates, but it's gonna be m0NESY that'll show him how it's done. Falcons bounce back after an Inferno loss. It is Dust 2 falling in their favor. They will settle this series on Ancient.
Yeah, much better performance out of Falcons this time. So disciplined in the first half, and even though G2 is creeping back into the game slowly but surely, no panic setting in for the Falcons side. So comfortable and confident with that lead. And this time, last map, it was Nico popping off. Now we got m0NESY's op online, 23-9 for the young star, and a victory for Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons course correct after a rough going on Inferno, and now we're going to need Ancient to settle the score between these two teams. Try as G2 might to be pulling things back on that T side. When you only get 2 rounds in the first half to kick things off, you're in for a bad time, whereas for Falcons, truly capitalizing on what was such a hot start in that first half.
Yeah, a valiant effort from G2 in the second half, but you're rightfully saying that the first half was exactly what cost them, you know. We're not able to get enough rounds with them into the second, not able to break through. Falcons, who played a much more disciplined game, something I'm curious to your opinion, Ash. You know, that's been the main thing we've spoken about when it comes to Falcons, you know, the lack of discipline, some of the individual decision making. I think that was much better here in Dust 2 than on Inferno, and one would argue the bar was set pretty low, but it was good to see Falcons actually getting the job done in a rather convincing way.
Yeah, I agree, but even in this last round here, it felt like Testis does a great job getting 2. He goes, again, no problem, trade me. And somehow then Kyosuke dies next. Like, I don't know. Sell, like, it feels like it gets those rounds so much closer than it needs to be. Does this really need to be coming down to a m0NESY 1v1? I don't think so.
I feel like you can't just take the scrappy out of Falcon very easily, right? They do get the job done, though. Let's go back to that first half, though, because you mentioned Kyosuke. He gets away with some really nice shots here in round 3. How are you reading into this, Ash?
I think it kind of highlights how disconnected kind of G2 were on the CT side. I think he had lots of nice ideas, and I don't know what's going on because it seems like Hunter is just really slow. He doesn't realize that he's getting rushed. He throws a grenade, then he comes and peeks off timing as well. And Kyosuke converts like a messy kind of spray and resets his aim and goes again.
Yeah, he just had an overall great showing, you know, not only in this round, but overall he stepped it up massively, especially when you consider what we spoke about on Inferno. He was not necessarily a weak link, but some of the individual decision-making from Kyosuke wasn't really on par or where you want him to be at. So for him to come in instantly in Dust 2 and get off to a strong start on the T side, find a lot of impact, you know, being in the mix of things, and as you could see on the stats as well, pulling almost 100 ADR throughout this game. It was a good bounce back from Kyosuke, and something we have to keep an eye out, because now we see Nico have a carry performance. We've seen m0NESY be at his absolute best. If they can activate this guy at the same time, albeit there may be certain moments in the game where the decisions are a little bit back and forth, that's just so much raw firepower that it's going to be tough for pretty much any team in the world to contain that.
How would you rate the kind of individual decision making then from Kyosuke transitioning from map 1 to map 2? Was it much better this Dust 2?
I wouldn't say it was much better. Like the first one was kind of a few mistakes. There was nothing like glaring, like the odd one maybe like this. This is kind of it's a puggy map, and it was played in a very puggy way, and this is why Kyosuke is kind of so exciting, because you put him in chaos, he finds kills he shouldn't do, he insta-headshots people, but it's clear that his game isn't polished, and it's not going to be for some time, and he's so young as well. He's kind of straight into the deep end of Falcons. It's kind of, you've got a give and take with him. He'll go in, he'll win your rounds, and he might throw some as well.
Well, the kind of fashion that we saw from this Dust 2 translated into some quite stylish clutches going down as well. We got to run that m0NESY one, right, Jacob?
Yeah, I feel like that's when he set the tone for the rest of the game. Round 7, very crucial crucial moment in the game as well. Falcons off to a strong start. G2 still in the mix. Get the opening kill here on Sun Payers. The economy is looking fine. Nice trade coming in as well. Then you have the sequence towards long as well. Tess is in a good position. Gets traded off as well by Sun Payers. At this point, I think G2 is playing it to perfection. Even here, they're aware of the fact that Nico can potentially come out. Unfortunately for them, he wins this duel. mezii gives up his position. Doesn't matter. Heavyguard does the only thing he has to. That's winning the duel against Nico. And you think to yourself, okay, they contained the situation, but you cannot contain this man. It may look a bit silly for Heavyguard. He can't do no wrong right here. I think he's already known that mezii is exactly aware where his position is at, and then mezii is just doing what he's so good at, you know, playing it to perfection, winning against Sun Payers right here, and just showing that individual skill, individual know-how. And I love the fact that he's fake planting again, because it happened twice on Inferno where it didn't work out. Third time's the charm.
And that peak as well to go for it afterwards. It's so ballsy as well. Played it to perfection. I want to run it one more time, Ash. What did you notice about this moment?
Well, I think this also sums up how uncomfortable G2 were on the map, and they actually got so many entries, they got in great positions, but there's just so many uncomfortable moments where it feels like they're getting caught out in the open. They don't really know what's going on. So first off, it starts with a kill there towards shot on bad timing, but then Matty's like, they're in a 4v3. He's uncomfortable. He goes to the push. Luckily for him, some players trades, but actually here on the radar now, Heavyguard has already crossed the door and timed mezii. He nearly died in the first place, and you'll see in a second now, he almost dies again crossing back this way. And this was kind of summing it up for me on CT side. Even the spray here, it just felt like the individual skill on the CT side was completely gone. The teamwork, the confidence, but actually the ideas, it relied on mezii winning a 1v2, Nico winning a 1v2. They won a force buy as well. It was a poor one, but I think they're going to feel they had opportunities. They were warming up towards the end of the map, but this CT side, it looked like a team that can't win right now on Dust 2, and that's exactly what the numbers
It was
say.
definitely a game where G2 had chances to make it more competitive. I very much agree with that, especially in the first half, but they didn't capitalize at any moment, and this is what mezii gives you. He gives you those 1v2 clutches. We even saw it in the second half, you know, a couple of times he's left in a 1v2, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting with the feeling that, yeah, it looks unwinnable, but it's mezii, right? And I think that's the same feeling the opposition is having as well. You see his highlight package as well. He's just all over the place. So there's a bit of that fear factor going in, and there's a bit of G2. Maybe let's be realistic as well. A Falcons playing up to their level and G2 playing up to their level, there should be a difference on the server. And I think we saw that difference in this game.
I think that was a really messy one as well, to be fair. Like, I don't think Falcons feel like they had any control, because this was like so many rounds where, remember, they got entry frags, someone's jump spotting with a smoke, mezii comes out and kills him straight away. There's like 3v4s, 3v5s where there's no trade potential, there's no map compensation, and somehow Falcons were still winning those rounds. So I don't think they're going to feel great about that map, but now we're going to Ancient, and it could feel, the momentum's going to be important.
Did you ever believe in G2 even being able to make this comeback possible? Like 10-2 is a really strong scoreline to come back from.
Only because they're playing Falcons, to be completely honest, and that's history, right? And it's not fair to use that against them. But in all honesty, no, I didn't believe in G2, and I'm not sure I fully agree with you. I think it could have been much cleaner from Falcons. There were certain moments in the game, yeah, where you'd argue that they could have done stuff differently, but that's also how Falcons play Counter-Strike. You know, I think, you know, their own observation of a game like this is that they were in full control from start to finish, because that's at the end of the day how they play. With Kyusuke, as you said, he's unpolished. I think Tessus as well was off to a terrible start to this series. The last 4 or 5 rounds, he kind of came alive. So I think they felt they had more in the tank still, and by then being in control. But I guess from observing from the outside, I'll always agree with you in that sense. It's never really truly clean when it comes to Falcons Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I actually felt for a moment when Heavyguard went out and got that triple kill at long, that was a good play, because I think his AWP died at middle, and he instantly realized, like, mozeii in middle, I'm going to take long. He timed Nico, he got a second kill, and then the moment started kicking in, and I think the individual skill, it came back, because in that first half, it just felt like every kill was taking 10-15 bullets at the start of that half, and I just don't think you have that normally in G2 game, unless you kind of like, you're just used to losing, you're feeling uncomfortable in situations. I felt like, honestly, it was coming back, and if they lost that last round then, which they were very close to doing, by the way, this is quite a few they won in a row, and I think at this point now, you're worried as Falcons, and a game that, like you said, they should have blown them away because G2 were making so many mistakes, but they almost didn't.
Let's take a top-down look at Ancient then. This will decide who is taking the W here in the first series for Falcons here in Cologne, starting on the CT side of things on this Ancient. Ash, what are you expecting from their defense?
Well, this is actually, G2 are one of the best CT sides in the world on Ancient, and Falcons are one of the best T sides. So I'm expecting to see a banger of a map, to be honest. And usually what I don't like about Ancient so much is this T side mid-fighting, which is kind of a given of the map, which means a lot of the rounds are decided in the first 20 seconds. But when the CTs kind of concede that space because they believe they're actually good at the map, then we see some mid-rounds, some rotations. Can the T side end the round? I think normally to be a good CT side, you need to not just rely on winning those mid-fights. So I want to see some mid-round in. I want to see a delayed kind of game going on here that isn't over in 10 minutes like Ancient can be sometimes. And yeah, it should be a good one.
It should be a good one. It should be an explosive one. You know, I expect Kyosuke to be involved in a lot of those duels towards middle. Sometimes he's really going for it, you know, and almost
that's where he should excel at. That's what you expect.
Exactly.
You think of Kyosuke, like middle Ancient is the first place I think of CT&T side.
He's a specialist, you know, he's an Ancient specialist, and that's kind of how I want to describe this map as an overall. As you said, you know, G2 being one of the better CT teams in the world. Falcons, historically speaking, have always liked to play Ancient. Kerrigan even coming in from FaZe, one of the few maps where they still played at a high level despite all the struggles. So I think there's a lot of Ancient specialists on the server. So in terms of the quality that we didn't necessarily get on Inferno and maybe at times on Dust 2 was lacking, I think we get that here on Ancient. And I will say, to me, the biggest difference between these two teams is mezii and Sunpayers. We often describe Ancient as a map that can be tough to find a lot of impact with the AWP. mezii does it consistently because he's so much in your face. I think Sunpayers is a little bit more, I wouldn't call him defensive per se, but he's a little bit more calculated, and I think that is not necessarily going in his favor on a map like Ancient.
And he hasn't had the hottest start to the series so far, but time to be course correcting for G2 if they want to be battling back into this one. The battle indeed rages on, and it will come to a conclusion on Ancient.
Yes.
Double peek, he's getting his shot.
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary?
There it is! $100,000!
I've had enough of you!
Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch, the all-new season, premieres February.
I'm here with mezii of Falcons fame. We'll get a 3D printed map of Ancient right here. This special piece will be you. As you can see, we got 5 CTs, we got 5 Ts. We'll go, the black ones are smokes, the white ones are flashes, red ones are Molotovs.
Okay.
All right?
Oh my god, it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, I'm just gonna ask you questions. We'll just see what happens. Okay, so let's just say right now, we'll just put you right here. This is your spawn in any given round in a Falcons game. What are you doing? Where are you starting? It's a gun round, you got an ult.
I will smoke middle, most likely.
Yeah.
I cannot put it, I will just put it here. Usually I don't smoke here, but I smoke here, you know? So I'm gonna smoke here, middle. And depends on the call, I'm gonna start wherever basically I want or wherever the team wants me to start.
Okay, so I'll pretend that I'm doing the setup right now for you guys, okay? So, Nico and Kyosuke want to fight middle. Is it Tessus or Kicks in cave?
Tessus.
Tessus cave, Kicks in long. Where are you now?
I'm city spawn, mate.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Okay, at the beginning I'm gonna smoke elbow.
They say they want to fight mid.
Depends the way we wanna fight mid. Most likely I'm gonna get double flash both on freeze time, and I'm gonna double flash here on middle. That's the usual fight that a team does on middle. Usually they would Molotov close middle. This black marker smoke is here. Me, I'm gonna be window at this time, flashing double time on the left side. And if you want to have eyes on A, I'm gonna be CT, holding A. yeah? Because most likely if the team, they know how team is fighting on middle, they will hear double flash and a lot of flashes on mid and a lot of action, they most likely can maybe react on A, yeah? But they will expect me on CT, so I might kill, I might not kill, doesn't matter. Or I can be towards B with op here, staying backline or short, and just holding banana. The most important part is that I'm not gonna stay here for a long time, right? I'm not gonna stay here and hold banana, because usually the team would react already banana, or they would execute like after 15 seconds of freeze time. So I could already maybe move towards cave, if the smoke will fade here in the middle, or I can be also donut, why not? I cannot tell you where I'm gonna be, because I don't really have a script.
Plenty of options though. Now let's just say that you had the best spawn for B. Does that change anything?
No.
No, you're not gonna say, hey, I wanna go fight cave, hey, I wanna take B ramp spawn.
Depends on the team, but 80%, maybe 70% of the time you'll have a smoke here in cave, so op is gonna be cut. Like, there is nothing to hold. You need Emperor in cave to get some like spams through the smoke, through the walls as well, because these walls you can spam. Or also you do some damage here in the middle. Let's say it's Molotov. You put H and Molotov there for cross, you spam with Emperor, you help them to fight mid sometimes. Tezes can also go heaven here through the smoke to help to kill middle, because usually it's like they don't really expect it, you know, but sometimes maybe he can do it. So there are a lot of options, you know, like you have maybe some scripts where Opera will be always here on the map, but I'm mostly just moving around the map.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. We've got Falcons and G2 clashing map after map. We get into Ancient now to decide who is going to be taking their opening win here in Stage 3.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a tale of two maps, right? I mean, we had Inferno, which felt close the whole way through, but kind of artificially so with the way Nico was carrying and performing. Dust 2, Falcons smash him. mezii pops off with the AWP. He's an absolute beast. A little bit of a cosmetic comeback, and now we come into this third map of Ancient where we decide everything. And where are you going to go with it? Which one of these players is going to be popping off is going to be the big question, because we had Heavy God heating up towards the end of Dust 2. G2 wasn't completely wiped off the map. There was a little bit of a comeback there, so I don't think either team comes into this all that depressed, all that upset, all that forlorn.
On one side, you have mezii, who really showed up. He was the clutch factor. He was the carry on Dust 2. On the other side for G2, Sampaius was quiet, not getting his usual impact. He can rise to the occasion. He can rise to these big moments, and they've got to hope that Sampaius can deliver more here as the AWP for G2 coming into this final map. They're going to be starting on T side, and the story of these games so far has been the fact that the maps have started such a back and forth. There's some force by victories here and there, trading blow for blow. We'll see if we get a more standard start as G2 head into middle.
Kyosuke to spot. Oh, lovely shot. Nerds hits the deck. 5-on-4 advantage for the Falcons defense, but they're coming in hot, pushing right at Kyosuke.
Yeah, he's going to drop a defensive smoke and just hide in behind it. And that's going to pause G2 for the time being.
It's got to change their plans entirely. You can't force your way through that. So Sampaius is left as a lurk, but even he's going to back off. Doesn't want to mess around as soon as that smoke fades. He knows the whole defense has been sucked into this part of the map. It's kind of a disaster for G2. Now you have no more smoke, no more utility to try and break your way into a site, to take away lines, to take away vision. Working their way in towards cave. It's going to be Kerrigan on the initial defense. Tess is still worried about middle. Falcons defense moving on the other side of the map. They'll be here quickly, but how many are they going to have to deal with?
Couple heads cross on by. Tessus takes one of them, Sampaius the other. And he'll move up. Desiring a second, and Sampaius has got exactly what he's looking for. Picks up that USP, retreats. You've now got a 3v3 post plant here for G2, and Falcons are actually quite a long way off of getting into a position to start this retake.
Well, they're all pushed behind Cube is the dangerous thing. Now mezii's calling that out. He's got a swing, and he's dropped immediately.
My. What a round from Sampaius. Asking for him to step up, and he's come out delivering in the pistol round. There's a fourth kill if he can grab it. Matsis gonna pick that up. Sampaius just about misses out on that ace. That's 4 in the pistol round for Sampaius.
Yeah, lovely work from him, but a great work from G2 overall as a team. Remember, their initial plan got taken away from them. You know, 4 versus 5 conversion as well. Beautiful shot from Kyosuke to start. They deny access towards CT spawn with the defensive smoke. G2's got to improvise this round after the fact. Just waltz into the B bomb site behind the headshots of Sampaius to grab a pistol. Their second of this series. Second round save for Falcons. They don't want to invest anything, so all USPs. G2 has played this map back in stage 2 of the major in their qualification attempt. It was against FUT. They actually got beat pretty badly, 13-4 on it.
Hoping for a much better game today, and so far so good in the first 2 rounds. No threats in this one. You ain't got to worry about some Falcons Deagle coming in and destroying you. So Hunter comes out tapping with that Kool, a 2-0 lead. Nice and comfy, no one dying. And money can be established early for G2, and Falcons can get a buyout here.
Well, the other side of winning that pistol, the other thing that makes it such a good little thing for G2 to have is that, you know, delays the point in which mezii can bring out the AWP. That was your nightmare on Dust 2, having to face off against that weapon each and every time. Didn't matter what side of the map it was on. So delaying him picking up that weapon is very, very nice for G2 in the opening stages here of this third and deciding map.
G2 rocking a bit of a bonus here. They've got 3 SMGs, and look at that nade damage towards Nico.
We see that nade set becoming more and more popular, and Nico might have to think about running down the other side of the stairs. That's not how you want to open up these rounds.
You get further damage as well for G2 onto Kyosuke, so this is a great start to the round from G2 as they move up into the red room. They've got space in middle, and they've got the health advantage.
Yeah, unconfirmed for now, but when they secure these kills, they're going to see all the damage they did. mezii, he's going to turn his back. He knows what's coming.
Here's those steps coming on out. That's a great kill from Nerds to open things up. mezii to die. Advantage siding here with G2 as they look to extend it. It's Karrigan, the next victim, jumping around as Heavy God, finishing off all that initial damage that was done towards Nico. And this round, nothing happens for the Falcons. They just do not hold water whatsoever.
Yeah, this is actually maybe the worst way you could possibly start this third and deciding map is, I mean, they just got deleted, and it didn't even look like people were, they were really aware of where the attack was going to come from.
You've got hot starts from Mattis and Sampaius. Mattis now 5-1 to kick things off.
It's going to be a new feature for G2 in this half of Counter-Strike. We haven't yet had a map where like G2 popped out to a really early lead and got to play with that kind of momentum. Yes. So going to be a new feeling for them, going to be a new feeling for Falcons in a bad way.
Yeah, for G2, even on the map they won, it felt like they were just sort of hanging in there, right? Winning the important rounds and down the stretch, able to survive even the big individual moments from Nico and put them to bed. But G2 getting to play with the luxury of a clean start to the game, and Falcons ending up with no money to invest into this round. So it should be 4-0 for G2.
Very aggressive opening from G2 in that first gun round. Benefit of having all the MAC-10s, but now they've upgraded to three free rifles with the M4s that they take off the Falcons players. So right out of the gate, G2's going to have momentum, they're going to have money advantage, they're going to have tons of cash to rebuy whatever they need, and Hunter's going to keep up this quicker pace, this more direct philosophy. All 5 members of G2 coming towards this B bomb site.
Trying to block them with the smoke, but they're just going to come through it. Mattis hurling himself forward, you've got Notes just in behind. mezii D gets at least 1 here, but it's not going to be anything worth talking about. 4 in a row for G2. Bomb plant going to be coming through to confirm it in just a second.
And we'll see what G2, how they want to play this next gun round coming in, right? Because this is where you'll expect mezii to have the AWP, so you have a decision to make. Do you want to keep up this kind of faster pace? Do you want to move around the map, get into position really quickly, or are you going to give it some respect? Play more map control and try and take away its lines of sight?
Trying to pull away his Nerds. That was the chance for Kyosuke to get a kill. A low HP. Nerds once again in harm's way, but helped by timing. Nico. Landing the headshot on Hunter. They're going to try and just charge away from that bomb blast and get to safety into the corner. And no one else from G2 will go down, bar Mattis. So 4-0 lead confirmed. As you mentioned, money back in the bank here for Falcons.
Yeah, Tesses will pass over the AWP to mezii, and we'll see what he can do with it. We just sort of had the segment with Sponge where he's explaining his different options, the different routes he has to run, going to throw out some utility for the team. Flashes to set up any mid-aggression, deep smoke towards elbow to protect their scaling. And then he gets to make his own decisions on there. There's no script, he said. It's whatever he's sensing around the map is where he wants to move after this responsibility.
Oh,
goes straight up towards the ramp. Mathieu trying to make the most of this hot start by just running up B and getting involved in the fight against Karrigan. Now he's lost his life, so you're going to see Falcons get the opening kill, but can they convert on the 5v4?
Yeah, dangerous. We've started to see that fight, that slide in behind that lurk smoke towards the B-bomb site be really effective in stage 2 a couple of times, and it's brought out here, but Karrigan's able to put a stop to it early. Deep smoke should deny access, and Karrigan will challenge behind it. Hunter's gonna come through regard.
Oh, okay, took a while. Eventually, Karrigan getting that kill.
And where do you go from here? You lost the kind of aggressive trick play getting behind the lurk smoke at the B bomb site. Now Hunter tries to slip one past the goalie by sneaking through a smoke. Karrigan's got eyes on both of those plays, so Nertz moves next.
Kind of the only player that can do something about this. Nertz making the A play, but m0NESY's over towards the donut. Sampayas is hoping for a mistake, a peek that he can punish, but it isn't arriving, it isn't happening. Try and sell some presence while HeavyGod gets that bomb over towards main.
He's pulling NiKo over, so it is leaving m0NESY all on his own. I mean, despite the 3 versus 5, this is a 2-on-1 against m0NESY.
You mentioned the AWP out for the first time. Is that going to be the key that wins this? Sampayas is dead. m0NESY hears them. He knows now it must be him. He must deliver straight to the chest of Nertz. It's HeavyGod alone, 1v5, stepping into the scope, and the shadow spotted. The shot will not connect. But HeavyGod into the temple with 15 seconds left. He will go down at the hand of Kyosuke. So first round where you get everything that you want for Falcons is a good one. They don't lose a single player.
Yeah, very clean. I think maybe the openings for G2 in this event were a little bit soft, and Falcons able to take advantage of it, taking the 2 opening kills, playing the 5-on-3 just about perfectly, not losing anyone. So good look for Falcons to get started first. Karrigan well aware of the possibility. Here's the Molotov burning Madis. A nice play as well. Hunter didn't expect him to beat the Molotov and step behind the smoke. Round 6, and we're going fast yet again. This time it's out middle. Sampayas tries to line up the bomb site, or the shot.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Sampayas to maneuver with the AWP. Once all that utility's landing on the position, it's a huge commitment of that weapon. And it's gone. It's dead. And immediately you've got to play a 4v5. Tessis will slip back into the cave, so Hunter won't even get that chance to trade it out. And Mathieu is desperately hoping someone overextends, but oh, it's got to be reactions. And Karrigan got the damage off first, but Mathieu just more accurate with the headshot.
And I think they'd like to follow that up and scale, but they don't want to because Mathieu was low HP. He changes opening, he changes, and he pulls Hunter into the fight. Good trade, but Tess is still here.
Able to finish off the damage Kyosuke started, and now HeavyGod deep in the site, waiting for Nertz to come and join him. Tessa has planted his feet. You see still just standing, jiggling on the spot, ready for the next fight, waiting for his teammates to rotate over it. m0NESY now arriving. HeavyGod locked in, anticipating this peak, anticipating this step into the open. m0NESY eventually goes, but it's the kill on HeavyGod. Nertz with the headshot back. 1v3 total for Nertz. They're doubled up. NiKo and m0NESY both together.
Damn,
and
dude.
Nertz got the damage off on NiKo. Just couldn't finish him off, but that is a damn nice try.
That was so fast. m0NESY couldn't even react. I think he's shocked he just took one to the face. Good recovery from NiKo, but very close to being a spicy transfer from Nertz. So G2 still stuck on 4, but they've got another buy in the pocket. They've got so much money built up, and that gives them a chance to take a timeout and talk things over. Halfway through this initial half of Ancient.
Well, you know, Nertz is, in combination with HeavyGod, has just done enough damage to keep Falcons on the rope, right? You haven't got full buy available constantly at this point. You've got some issues there that can be broken down the line. So such an important round here for G2 to figure out. They won't have an AWP of their own.
They've started these first 6 rounds, though, being pretty aggressive on the openings, right? Trying to get into play. We have Sampayas kind of rushing into the elbow Molotovs to take a look. We've had a couple challenges up B ramp. G2's trying to get something started with some speed, with some pacing to it, to kind of disjoint Falcons early on in the round. It's not been super effective in these last 2 Falcons rounds wins, so we have to see if this time out maybe G2's going to switch things up. Here's the double flash from m0NESY on the left. Kyosuke avoiding the nades. And no aggression in middle from G2.
And Nertz tries to move forward. Just behind that smoke at the time being. Red room smoke fades away. All the early smoke's now fading away. Will send one towards the donut. Look at Nico creeping, crossing into the open. He's got Keisuke ready for a double peek. Nerds surely dies here into the open. Oh, what? He reacted to Keisuke accurately enough. Heavy God will fell his own teammate.
That's crazy. Actually, Nico baits for that peek from Keisuke so well. That actually looked like it was working perfectly. What a reaction from Nerds to grab one before he goes down. Good timing on the defensive smoke in towards Cave that denies access to Madison Hunter, so they've got to come up with a new idea, and it might just funnel them back towards middle, where mezii and Nico wait.
Nico edging out again. Heavy God into the fight. Heavy God at least grabbing mezii. He's got the information on Nico's position as well. Karrigan getting aggressive down the ramp. That's the bomb. If he takes this down, surely that will be the round. The bomb spills to the floor. The next fight is up against Tesses, who surely gets at least one here, and he will. He'll confirm it and put Hunter into the clutch. A 1v3 for Hunter to piece together with 25 seconds left. Knowing that he has to go and get that bomb. Knowing he has to go towards Karrigan, who's waiting on the other side of the smoke. He anticipates Hunter's position and sprays through the smoke. Falcons have grabbed some control of this game.
Really nice timing for Karrigan on 2 different points. Obviously spamming down at the bomb when that smoke is up at the end to take down Hunter for free, but also the push down, the timing of that to just tuck himself into the corner. And that bomb just laid out on a silver platter. I can't believe Nerds gets this reaction shot, but yeah, Heavy God, no fault of his own. Awkward situation. Nico does a lovely job in mid, though, containing it and holding onto that part of the map throughout the round. Falcons clawing themselves into this game. A 0-4 start, but 3 in a row, they're right back in it. And they've taken the money away from G2, who was once so strong. 2 AKs and upgraded pistols.
They're coming out middle again. Nert's going to be at the front. Hunter just in behind him. Good ding, look at that. Matters straight to the head of Karrigan, down to 18 HP with that P250.
It's not a fun bomb site to play when you've been taken down low. There's a lot of chaos.
Look how the defense has receded, though. They've dropped back.
They have to, I think, because of the low HP from Karrigan, right? If no one can be a point man inside the bomb site, everyone's playing way, way deep behind it, but it's a lot of room to give up over to your opposition. You can recover it because they do only have P250s, so let's see how these M4s do. Tess is going to be challenged.
Yeah, just peeked out towards the cave. Didn't get the fight he's looking for. In fact, getting flashbangs now thrown towards him. He's going to be blinded. Matters goes down to 1 HP. The plant being secured. Keisuke steps into the open. Grenade is heavy. And that does make these pistols a lot more deadly when those players are so low. Tesses hoping a peek comes in, but it's not happening. Not yet anyway. Mattis on 1 HP goes out for the information. Sets up Heavy God to come in with a trade. Heavy God's got one more. No way. P250 doing everything. And now he's got an M4. But he's out of bullets. But is he out of time? Is he out of chances? He goes into the fight, gets the dink on mezii. But Heavy God will be put down. It's a damn nice try again. But it's a tie game, 4-4.
Yeah, man, that's beast mode from Heavy God. Just equipped with a P250 and still dealing death. Doing such a good job reacting and responding and trading every single fight his teammates get into it. It was always going to be a desperate affair. That's a thing of beauty. Coming back, realizing Karrigan's pushing up to wrap around. What a great sequence from Heavy God. Taking some of the funds away from Falcons. Not enough to force any kind of an awkward situation as they buy back into round 9. Tied up at 4.
A little glimpse of what Heavy God is capable of. Back into the mid setup. Nico applying utility, applying pressure, and now got the opening kill off the back of Keisuke and Nico. Oh, the round's done. It's done within seconds. Falcons right out to battle and meet them. And G2 collapse.
That's a lovely piece of aggression. Falcons gonna rattle off a 5th round in a row. Disruptive to anything G2 wants to do. And Hunter and Senpaius have nothing. They got no clue. There's no good options available to them. Man, if you go back to the first map in this series, completely different Falcons team that's built into this now that we've gotten here to this 3rd map. First map from them, you know, had the lead for most of it, but it was so desperate. It was barely clinging on through clutches, mostly from Nico, but you were losing anti-ecos, you were losing silly advantage situations. It was mistake-riddled Counter-Strike, and some conversation happens after that map because the Falcons team that entered into Dust 2, now here coming back on Ancient, is looking solid. proactive ideas, getting up in G2's face, not afraid of any fights. We'll have a long, extended save back in T-spawn. 34 more seconds to watch Sunpius and Hunter try and keep these weapons in their hands. No one from Falcons moving across the map to hunt them down. And G2's going to have to try and figure this one out on the fly. Perhaps another timeout coming in. They do have the full losing bonus built up, so at least there's that. There's going to be cash for the other players to invest into this round behind these two saved weapons, so G2 will have another buy if they want it. But now starting to feel a little bit stumped as Falcons have overtaken them on the scoreboard 5 rounds in a row. And there's that late timeout from G2. Talk over the money situation. 2 AK-47 saved up. Madis and Nertz come into this round with 3,500, so they've got to choose what they want to buy, but G2 will indeed be challenging for this round. No one popping off and doing anything crazy yet, quite yet. Nobody has shot up the scoreboard. 7 kills for Madis to lead the way for G2. 8 kills for Kyosuke to lead the way for Falcons. And the Nico have done a very good job in middle. This round was obviously excellent. You had this push on top after the fact, jumping up towards heaven. Taking down one more, just a really secure mid. What a 2-man, 1-2 punch.
And Falcons can take control of the half if they win this round. G2 a timeout in, no money left over in reserve. Pretty sparse in utility as well. Sunpius going for a quick play towards Carrigan, and Carrigan's won it. He's beaten out Sunpius in a straight-up duel. Mattis ready, he needs to respond. He needs to get at least one of these Tesses. He's going to peek him. Mattis down to 1 HP again. He's actually picked up mezii. Not bad from Mattis, not bad at all.
Oh, but the nade's going to catch him regardless. 1 HP, and Tesses won't let him get away. Disadvantaged again in this round is G2. 3 versus 4. I'll tell you what, you mentioned Carrigan winning that initial fight. Carrigan has done such a good job controlling Cave throughout this half. He's been excellent stopping access to that part of the map for G2.
Yeah, Kyosuke walking out. It's going to be Nertz who's getting sprayed away. Grenade going to head towards him. But it'll not finish him off. Doesn't go deep enough. Just trying to block them, trying to dissuade them from going through this red room. 45 seconds left. G2 are going to be repositioning, reallocating those resources. 2 towards the donut. Hunter coming late A main, but Nico's waiting for him.
And he's got the bomb, Hunter. So if he doesn't clear this angle out, off angle for Nico. Oh, good shot from Hunter. A little bit quicker than his cousin. And now a damaged Falcons is rotating over.
They've lost mezii and Nico for the defenses. Now Carrigan, Kyosuke, and Tesses out of position. Have to collaborate to get back in on this retake. Tesses is wielding the AWP. Not the player you want in this situation. No, just going to hear the steps towards the temple. He is keeping his crosshair occupied on Tesses. Off down. Carrigan gone. Kyosuke 1v3. Not getting any peeks, not getting any looks. No chances whatsoever for Kyosuke to win this one. He'll step towards heavy call, but he's peeked from Nertz, and well played from G2. The all-important fight is Hunter against Nico. If he doesn't win that, round feels off.
Yeah, Nico's in a strong position as well, and Hunter just drills him. Absolutely critical. Bomb drops there and the round's over. So the huge fight, that one as well. Mattis chiming in on a mezii, a beautiful reaction shot, even though he pays for it with his life. But G2's gonna be pleased with that one. Finally put a stop to the run from Falcons at 5. And they can still wrestle for control of this game heading into the second half.
G2 survived the scariest one. The break was right there. Carrigan trying to block them again. He's going to be the first challenge.
and they can't pass him. They cannot get through Carrigan, who's got a second kill. Now Monacy's waiting for the elbow push, and surely that has to come for G2 because they've lost all other elements of threat, and Monacy destroys them in middle. It's now Sampaya stuck inside of the B lane, and G2 stand no chance in this round.
Yeah, that's one of the most dominant rounds we've seen out of them. No chance in any of those fights, and once again, Carrigan delivering. Deep smoke, plays the right edge of it, double kill for him. Monacy's up, shutting down middle. And G2 gonna desperately try and tie things up, but the buy isn't gonna be pretty.
No, it is definitely looking weak. Heavy God's gonna have to play with a Deagle, but what is this from Carrigan? They just can't get through him without at least taking one death.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it. He's just done such a good job in that part of the map. He's shutting them down all the time, delaying whatever they want to do over in Jaguar. This time he'll be joined by Tesses and Kyosuke at the B bomb site. A committed defense.
Sampayas attempts the opening kill from the bottom of the ramp. Shot's not going to be too far off. And attempting the spam there on Tesses will receive some bullets back towards him himself. But this fight again, Carrigan. Surely not 3 times in a row. Let's see, Mathieu goes in. Yep, it's another one for Carrigan. No trade, nothing. In fact, they just block out Hunter. He tries to go before the smoke, but Carrigan's ready for that as well. Monacy's got nerds. And Falcons towards the end of the half are so dominant. Sampayas, no chance. 1v5. And they'll just take their time. They'll lock it in. A 7-5 lead for Falcons on this all-deciding map on their opening best of 3 here at the Major.
I break once, okay?
Close cave.
I'm searching insta.
I'm denying gamer Legion.
Going in front.
I deny.
I'm breaking the flash right side.
One heaven.
Flash, Maxim.
He crossed.
1 mid. Right, Nico.
I'm not going Ilya.
Leave.
Guys, I'm taking risk and I'm going through.
One more out mid.
I smoke in front.
Going up mid.
Nice.
One in the cave smoke here.
Right.
I break it, okay? I 18 power smoke.
Nice. Take.
Woo! Okay, I was scared of heaven this fight. Nice.
Fit. Fucking nice.
Thank you, bro.
Well, Falcons is locked in from the sound of that clip, and we heard Zonic, we heard Kerrigan talking about the communication during the first map, and those issues apparently got solved because they fired on all cylinders. Once they grabbed hold on the CT side, they never relinquished. A 7-1 run after starting 0-4. Gives them a 2-round lead coming into this pistol. And they're going to take it slow to open up. Tessis, Kerrigan, and Nico with the bomb over towards the B bomb site. mezii and Kiyosuke could eventually shift over and join up with them, and this looks like it'll be a timing exec onto the B bomb site all day long.
Yeah, here we go, just waiting towards the top of the ramp. Kerrigan has had his fair share of criticism, you know, in terms of lacking kills and halves. A much better performance here, 10 and 8 on that CT side. Heavy God was about to have a challenge against him. He slipped towards the bottom of the ramp. Kerrigan's moved off. Heavy God moves out. He's got two. Tessis and mezii both dead within seconds. Kiyosuke at least getting that trade out, but you're going to have to play a 3v4, so your initial plan's out the window.
Well, yeah, and you just chucked out all your utility that you wanted to use to exec into the bomb site, but there's a defensive smoke in place, so that aggressive piece from Heavy God negates the entire tactic you wanted to run. Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
Oh, that is a disaster. The bomb site opens right back up.
Yep, and Nerds is coming right back to try and shut it in their faces. Needs that second kill. Couldn't get it. Kiyosuke goes back into the site, will now commit to the plant. Nerds keeps them busy, occupied, checking towards him as Hunter starts to creep closer and closer, coming through cave.
Okay, well, Kiyosuke just showing the guns, wanted to see where the shot was going to come from, so Kerrigan's going to start scaling to the other side, but they don't know about Hunter. They don't know at all.
That's a quick kill, so Kiyosuke has to clutch, gets it down into the 1v1, but Hunter's won it. The flank through cave, he comes in with a double kill. Both of those post-plant players removed. And it looked like it was going to be a disastrous pistol there for G2, but they're saved by their leader.
Oh man, Kerrigan I think he had to make that move way more aggressively and actually get into some cover and actually push. He couldn't stand there in the open. They weren't aware of that flank. They weren't even considering it whatsoever. Nice job slowly wrapping around from Hunter to grab that pistol round to help win it at the end of the day. G2 almost dropped the ball, trying to re-aggress in towards cave, and now we've got a timeout from Falcons right after the pistol. It's their first to talk things over, how they want to handle now this obstacle, as G2 has won yet another pistol. Makes both pistol rounds for G2 on this all-important third and deciding map.
Yeah, Falcons, a tough task now ahead of them. AK-47 for Kiyosuke, Galil for Nico, Deagle for mezii and Tessis, and a Tech 9 for Kerrigan.
We had Nico on map 1, we had mezii on map 2, and now we have Kiyosuke with 13 kills to lead the way for Falcons. This could be the map where he steps up and takes over. Round 14 is live. Falcons bring an AK-47 on Kiyosuke's hands. Galil for Nico, upgraded pistols and utility otherwise.
Nico solo over towards B lane. The two rifles are out making plays already. Kiyosuke with Tessis in middle. Smoke will deploy.
Good miss.
It did indeed. Okay, allows them to at least cross out, but they know that's a bad smoke, so Hunter just starts spamming down through it. And look at the damage done to Kiyosuke. This is a disastrous start for Falcons into a round where you really need your limited pieces to go perfectly.
Yeah, it's going to be really frustrating. I mean, that was their entire game plan, right? Was smoke off donut, try and step towards red room and find a fight there. See if you can catch anyone snoozing in red. Now they have to kind of improvise and wrap around to a different direction.
When you're coming at some Pius, he's the only player in the site. Matsis is pushed up here. He's in Jag. He's got the MP9 ready. Gotta take him down easy, and Kiyosuke will. He takes some damage on board, but Pius moves in, realizing he's the only player here. Heavy God's now arriving to back him up. Heavy God will get there in time before the pushes really come out. 35 seconds left, and trying to get out of Falcons. They make it into the site. Plant could be coming through, being locked in.
No kits, no utility for this retake, but they've got the better weapons.
Yeah, Heavy God goes into the open. Nertz has also taken a kill here for G2. A 3v4, digging deep. Falcons having to play with this AK that's now fallen into the hands of Tesses.
No smoke to block this, no flashbang to turn in.
And Tesses waits, goes into the peak, great headshot, drops back, he took damage, but Nico's just below. Don't want to sell him, don't want to give away his position, but Tesses goes forward, another kill. Tesses again, Nico with him, and that's it. Sampaius is alone, and time is ticking, and he's got no kit. That means he's got no chance, and he has to fall away to save this AWP, and they're going to try and take it, rip it out of his hands, and Nico will do exactly that. The bomb goes off, everybody perishes, but that's a huge round to win for Falcons.
And Nico got away with the op as well. That was this little celebration we saw at Tesses, and maybe even the thanks for the recovery after the missed smoke over in middle that Tesses threw. What a good job from Falcons. This setup, and you can see when you don't have a smoke, when you don't have a Molotov, a flashbang, anything to activate anyone, there's way too much safety for Tesses to just kind of take a kill, hide, and stay alive and wait for the next one. Perfectly played from Falcons and put G2 right again onto the back foot, a taste of their own medicine.
Honestly, he's already got elbow. He's going to push up and have a good spot. Carrigan's going to come and join him, and no one from G2 detecting this yet. There's Pistol sitting back. That leg shot connects, so 2 HP for Nertz. Lucky to still be standing.
Madison Heavy God won a challenge for cave control. Gonna smoke out the Molotov. Good timing on that. Modesty was just stepping up. But Falcons in map 2 and 3, they haven't panicked against these low buy situations. We haven't seen them have the same issues they had on Inferno. Another defender arrives here at the B bomb site.
Yeah, Monacy gonna be boosted on top of the box. No one from G2 give it a peek, give it a chance. And their hope becomes creating this fortress of defending players.
Yeah, but Falcons never need to actually take this part of the map, right? You know there's presence in there from the way they've smoked it off. That might have been a bit much. Heavy God with the headshot, now gonna challenge a little bit more.
Oh, another one! Heavy hitting from the Heavy God! And he's gone down to Monacy, who has to clutch it alone. He goes up to the top of the ramp. Monacy, he's got smoked out. Surely there's no chance for him now. Monacy trying to fall away, but even then he's caught, and it is going to be Heavy God on that defuse. What a round out of the Deagle. Oh my God, indeed.
What?
Give him the fist bump.
A sequence of mistakes.
Go on. There we
go.
He
deserves that one. I cannot believe that Falcons have given that up. You don't need cave control. You don't need to take those fights. You don't need to secure that part of the map. You have it mollied. They can't get to you.
That's insane. And he crossed back as well. He went into the scope of Monacy, but it's just these shots that you cannot even believe. Divine intervention from Heavy God's Deagle. And that might just give G2 enough energy to reinvigorate them, to stay in this game. You've got Nertz running down and taking Monacy away, and it's just Glocks now.
It's not a matter of giving energy to G2. You just ripped the heart out of Falcons in that round. That's the oh shit moment if you're on Falcons, where you're like, okay, this is going to get much more difficult from here. What a devastating round loss to take. And if Falcons go on to lose, once again, the conversation is going to be mistakes in these advantage rounds.
Oh, okay, Sampaius has taken a dink. At least pressure being put on, but Nertz has come over and he actually got the no-scope through the box as well. Kiyasuke finishes him off, but the rest of his opponents have rotated over, and Nertz will deal with him as soon as that peak comes in. So 8-8, all tied up again. Not enough money here for Falcons to get the AWP out for Monacy. Well, at least it will be the AKs and utility returning.
Yeah, but what are they going to look like after you've just been punched in the face like that? That changes the entire environment within the team. Such a tough loss to get over. Round 17 is live. All AK-47s for Falcons, missing a little bit of utility on a couple players. Heading straight for the A bomb site. They're not slowing down.
Sampaius, can he stop it? Blinded. into the temple. Better pray that Nerds can get 2, and he will. Nico and Kerrigan both dead. Out goes Senpai's Hunter trying to stop them now, but it's just the one before the trade comes in. But that should be enough because Nerds and Heavy God are here. And look how quick they converge on that attack. Falcons can't get out of main.
Yeah, these 2 rounds back to back, this feels like the sequence that might just knock Falcons off kilter. Old school Falcons for sure. Now it's about what has these last couple of events done with Kerrigan at the helm actually done for your mental game? Do you have the fortitude to recover this situation? You had all the control of the world. Felt like you were cruising towards the win. Heavy God takes the wind out of your sails, and then you add in just a devastating loss where you get absolutely nothing. Momentum completely taken away from Falcons.
And once again, you just back down the pistols, ready to get bashed in here by Mattis. Kerrigan, who was finding so much success in that position on the CT side, can't do much against the rifle superiority in this one. Senpai's finds the follow-up kill, and G2 now a 5v3 to convert into their 10th round victory. As TeSeS trying to get out through the smoke, trying to be cheeky, and
just wanted to see what he was going to find, you know?
Yeah. Some bullets to the back. So usually you talk with some optimism about mezii and Nico Deagle potential, but not in this round.
We haven't seen either of those two like kind of pop off and have impact on this map the way that we did on the previous 2. So it would have to be a complete reversal of what they're bringing out into the server already. See if one of them can wake up. There's going to be a second timeout from Falcons. They're 2 rounds back. It's 8-10. As Heavy God has provided G2 with this lead. Now 4 in a row for the G2 defense. 5 of the 6 rounds played in this half in their favor as well. And going back to that first map, recall that Falcons offense never got going. Got locked down early. Kerrigan, Zonic, they couldn't find the solution, the changes that they needed. Another half on this T side, we're still 6 rounds in and they only have 1 single to their name. So now the op comes back into the hands of mezii and a chance to run it back in round 19.
Heavy God might have just broken them apart. Sure, utility going down middle. See Falcons throwing the Molotov out towards the cubby. Now they go through elbow. Yusuke unleashed, attacking forward. Hunter with Nerds, they move through and they fight in mid. But TeSeS and mezii getting both kills back and stabilizing the early fights into a 3v3. But the next fight is coming real soon, and it's going to be towards Cave. We've got 2 players up here for G2.
mezii backing into the smoke at the moment. Heavy God and Madis, because they're doubled up, do they want to get aggressive? They've got Senpai's to this bomb site as well. You could make a play at this B bomb site if you wanted to. They'll hold on for the moment and just wait patiently as the smoke fades.
Yeah, they're waiting on Kerrigan to come back with that bomb. He's now arriving towards the double doors.
Falcons will never expect all 3 players here. They'll never expect it.
Never ready for this. Can they deal with it? That's the question. Despite there being 3 players, despite there being a fortress of defense, can Falcons get through? Senpai's hits the shot, but it's not lethality for either player. Senpai's drops back into the cave. Nico scales forward. Falcons fighting in, trying to reinvigorate their chances here on the map. But Senpai's waits, and no one dare go around that corner into the Spanish AWP's hands. This will be a fight to the death, a 3v3 post plant. Falcons trying to move into some better positions, taking the risk to move forward.
It's actually paid off. It's completely paid off. They're going to realize nobody's home. And now how do you get out?
Well, Mattis has the utility. Will he use it? He has to. The smoke goes in. It's the flash action that goes forward first, but Nico in the flash has taken 2 kills down. It's Senpai's and Mattis both gone. And once again, it's Heavy God, the only player that can do anything about it. He steps out into the open, and mezii will nail him with the AWP. So despite having 3 players in the right position, it is not enough for the G2 defense.
Yeah, it turns out G2 just kind of bottlenecks them over in Cave. I was surprised to see not one of Heavy God or Mattis kind of push out and try and flank back around through B ramp. Everyone kind of stayed in. Sampayas, even under all the pressure, the missed shot onto Nico, he's got to fall back into the same position as well, and none of the three of the G2 players have any play to make in that situation.
I mean, I started this map saying you would love to see Sampayas having a better game, right? He was quiet over on Dust 2 while the Opera and mezii shined on the other side. Sampayas needed one of those kills. Would have made the team a lot easier there to deal with. But unfortunately, a missed shot has cost them, and we'll see Falcons now only one round away from tying things up again.
Money's the biggest issue for Falcons. G2 still have a ton of it built up behind them. Even a win here doesn't alleviate the pressure of having to go up against the full buy of the defense. Kerrigan's at $0, Nico at 250, so cash flow is an issue on the other side of the map. That smoke missed again. Not entirely, it's just very, very shallow from the T perspective. mezii still making it work. Hunter and Madis inside cave. Heavy got dedicated to the bomb site. Sampayas and Donut, and he looks like he'll have next contact.
Stepping into the open, Sampayas does take that shot. He gets the info of the second player as well.
Kyosuke's crossed though, and he has the bomb, so he's got to be careful. He can't be super aggressive here, and he's kind of isolated. It's a dangerous position.
An important cave fight, 1-for-1 with Nico and Hunter. mezii does challenge Sampayas and win it. Kyosuke, as you mentioned, now moving forward, taking some space. Hunter's going to hear those steps, though.
Oh, absolutely. And again, remember, this is the bomb. You have secured the A bomb site. Tessus is going to hunt down Nerds. Now the plant coming in.
And Nerds can't move. Tessa's going to move into him, though. Headshots in. Plant is not committed to, but you have to go for it now if you're Kyosuke. Going for the plant, he's out of commission. Hunter goes forward to try and deny, but mezii taking that final kill on Heavy Card. Hunter denied by Tessas, and Falcons have stabilized. They're back into the game again.
Yeah, really impressive. I love seeing this out of Falcons. I mentioned it was going to be the point of where we're going to see exactly what these last two events have done for their mental game with Kerrigan at the helm, and you can see there's a little bit more faith and belief. Good fight back, winning 2 in a row, but they're not out of it just yet. One more buy, one more investment from the G2 side as their money finally gets depleted after this. Lovely cover from Falcons during the bomb plant. Look at what it means to them. They've locked in. And a very important conversation for Saw. His team runs out of advantages if they're to lose this buy. If these weapons get wiped off the map, all of a sudden they're fighting with nothing.
This may only be the opening best of 3 of stage 3 of the major, but you think about the teams we've got here. We've got the 16 best teams in Counter-Strike, and you have to try and get every single match to go your way. To take one loss might prove to be detrimental down the line with some of the opponents you might face. So both teams presented with an opportunity. A fight for their opening series win here in stage 3 of the major in Cologne. Kyosuke going out middle early on. He's got him behind those bottom mid boxes.
And they've done a lot, Falcons, with this kind of mid control. We've seen mezii kind of take it on his own. Kyosuke leading the way quite frequently. Once again, now they have this control. Sampayas' op is at the A bomb site to activate Hunter to push up so the op can rotate off. And Kerrigan wants to toy with the fact that they've been able to exploit you in middle. Now that they've shown that presence and shown that utility, calling for an adjustment, they're going to line up for an execution at the B bomb site, and there's only one player home. Nerds and Heavy God going to be here quickly.
Mattis sees that utility coming over the wall and doesn't want to take any damage from the fire, but it does force him away and give that space towards the cave. Nerds is taking damage, steps out towards default.
Oh, double smoke towards ramp though, a mistake.
Oh, but it doesn't tell them 2 players to deal with. They go forward, Tessense and Kyosuke, they've got the 3 they need. That's the site under wraps. And Sampayas and Hunter are so far away from this, they can do nothing. Money is not there, and Falcons in the lead.
Man, G2 tried to step in front of the execute and play in front, inside the bomb site, in front of the smoke, step through them during the attack, but there was no indication that was coming. That's Falcons players inside the smoke pre-firing as they come out, and there's no chance for G2 in those fights. Now 3 straight for the Falcons offense. They'll be up 11-10.
Hey, you were talking about the fact that mezii and Nico haven't given us those stellar performances we've seen in the first 2 maps. It's Tessus and Kyosuke Who are coming in with some big impact late into the game here.
Which is honestly fine, and actually in some aspect great to see that, down the entire roster, down the entire lineup, everyone's contributing at different points. It's a team we always talk about the amount of skill that they've got. And we've been able to see pieces of it from each player throughout this series. So no more timeouts for G2 to slow it down, and I bet right about this moment they'd love to have an extended conversation to talk about how they want to play around the AWP and the saved M4. They pick up rifles to surround it. So another strong buy-in for G2, but late round they'll be running out of utility and still no kits in play. I think watching this map back, G2 is going to say, look at how much room we gave Kyosuke in middle. I talked about it a lot last round, but they've had this kind of control whenever they've wanted, and mezii drills Nerds to the wall.
Great early flick from mezii. 4v5 in what feels like the last chance here for G2. Lose this, it's series point against you, and you do not have the resources to throw everything back into a really solid buy.
And Falcons love getting that early pick. I mean, look how long in this round that G2 has to play a man down without a whole lot of information. Nico's going to come join up with Kyosuke to clear Jaguar.
Kyosuke steps in, great headshot, sharp shooting, but right back is Hunter.
And they now know 2 defenders at the B bomb site, but how do you get back? You're not in any kind of position to exploit that piece of information to head towards the A site. Sunpius is still parked in Donut with an AWP. If they come back into this, the entire round falls on his shoulders.
mezii tracking those steps, following his prey. Carrigan dies in that play towards the Donut. So it will be mezii and Tesses trying to remove the chances of G2 here. A 3v2. mezii in the open, dead. It's got to be Tesses singing his praises in the last round. Can we go higher than that? No. Hunter's going to step out. Tesses goes down. And the all-important round actually won here by G2, and it's Hunter stepping up with the key impact.
Yeah, that's unreal that he gets 2 kills in that situation. It's Nico and Kyosuke double swinging him, and you normally think no one's going to stand a chance in that situation. He doubles up, and that's the turning point in the round. Falcons will be bummed out by that, but you can live with some players missing a trade kill. A round well constructed from Falcons, just missed the all-important frag right here. Nico can't close it out, brought him down to 18 HP. A lovely round from Hunter start to finish, and that forces the final timeout from Team Falcons, their 3rd.
They're not out of the woods just yet. This is a challenge for the opening game of Stage 3, right down to the wire. Every round of regulation is going to be required.
Talking to Kerrigan before their Stage 3 campaign began, and they just mentioned, you know, we always know it's going to be grindy, it's going to be close for whatever reason. Whenever he's involved, it always gets a little bit chaotic. It always gets close down the stretch.
He likes to take the long route, the scenic route, but he always gets there. Somehow he found a way to Cologne. Hunter. Grenade going down towards the elbow. He's got a little bucket of it. He's going to start tossing them out just to try and drop some of that health early on Kyosuke. It's effective, 49 HP left.
This feels like a much more direct call. Kyosuke, Tesses, and mezii out middle, already playing behind the donut smoke, already playing behind the red room smoke as it fades.
It's the bomb and Tesses.
I think Hunter heard the shot of the AK-47 close up. Kerrigan's got to win this, but he can't. Steps in, there's no chance for a trade. So Falcons escalate.
Once again, Hunter having to be the savior of his team. No tip towards A main, and Hunter's gone down with nothing. There's Sunpius out with his shot. Finally, that AWP arriving. Nico, patient as ever, trying to hold any push that might come over the top.
He's getting flanked out. Heavy God's about to turn the corner on elbow, and then you have no time to do anything. You have no time to recover that scenario.
Well, it depends as well how far Heavy God goes, because Tessa is still the bomb carrier in middle.
Coming now. Matter of time. There's the swing. Nico, no idea.
It's all crumbling here for Falcons. Just Tesses and mezii
A 2v4. G2 has shown some real strength here in the CT side. How can TeSeS and mezii even find a way into this round? 30 seconds left, and they're stuck at Red Room.
Yeah, and even Madis is going to have a deep spot. If they eventually try and kind of wrap past CT spawn to come up towards the B bomb site, he's going to be able to spot that out the whole way. I don't even think they have time for it anymore. I don't think they have time to manage this defense at the A bomb site. It's time to save.
And if you... Oh, you're coming out of the donut. Take everything away. G2 looking to take everything out of their hands. mezii will white-knuckle grip this AWP, knowing how important it is to drag it into the next, but Sampaius has ripped it out of his fingers. It's TeSeS at least getting a kill.
Can't find the ult. He's looking desperately for the ult. There it is, and he's found it. Okay.
Just scavenging it off the ground. Will that last second grab with the AWP be the difference that gets this one into overtime?
And look, there's no time to stop this game. Both teams have used all 3 of their timeouts in regulation. And for Karrigan, that really sucks because he hasn't had a whole lot of time with this squad. A lot of it has been improv, and it's got to continue here now. 1 AWP on mezii, an AK-47 on Nico, pistols otherwise. And they're fighting for overtime.
Right down to the wire. G2 versus Falcons delivering in the opening game. TeSeS, 41 HP to kick things off. There weren't already too many weaknesses going against them, but here it is. The attack into the B site. Heavy God taken down by Nico. But Mattis, look at
Wait,
this.
that's a bomb. That's the bomb on Kyosuke. He completely forgot he had it. He's got to scramble back. They used 2 smokes on Cave. Okay, mistakes open the door back up for G2 to steal this round away. The plant has taken so long to get down due to the mistakes, so everyone's here and ready to go.
Is that going to be a mistake that cost them from the young man? G2 readying themselves for a retake. That spam is good.
Again, though, 3 players in the same position in Cave. How are you supposed to get out? Double smoke.
The fight for overtime. Falcons digging deep. Bonus rounds on the line. Nico, their player, trying to drag them over the line. Kyosuke's Deagle ringing out. And now it's just Sampaius. And they run away. They don't let him have a shot at this. Do not let him even think about this clutch. Falcons stay in it, and we've got even more.
How impressive is that from Falcons? Buried in the early stages of the second half, a very difficult comeback to claw themselves in. And not even having a crack at the win at the end of the day, having to win a low buy to force overtime, and they've done just enough. Just enough. And both coaches get a timeout, an extra one as we switch into OT. Now it's turned into a Karrigan game, scrappy and OT.
And no compromise buys, money resets. Everybody's got their choice weapon in hand. And here's the attack down. It's Nertz just waiting here. He's going to get caught by mezii. Hunter to respond right back. Kyosuke gone. Blow for blow again just to kick off overtime.
Yeah, and actually challenging to deny middle, which wasn't happening all through regulation. So they're going to be happy to control that part of the map now. TeSeS and Karrigan forced away. Feels like G2 has such a good read of the situation. Mattis already pushed up to the jump up spot. Heavy God and Sampaius at the B bomb site itself. Hunter in middle. They can collapse on this hit. If Falcons continue moving forward, G2 is going to have the flank under control.
Yeah, Heavy God stepping forward. mezii not able to punish him. Heavy God going again. Nico next down. Heavy God traded out eventually by mezii, but it's Sampaius who sent the shot right back. 2 left. TeSeS and Karrigan, the Danes that need to deliver. Flash going in. It's blinded everybody.
Oh, that could have been such a good kill to have. Such a good kill it would have been.
Yeah, well, Karrigan at least staying alive, moving forward, getting deeper and deeper control. TeSeS is going to hear the steps. He knows the next fight is right here, but he can't win it. Mattis baits it out of him. So it's got to be Karrigan. A 1v3 for Karrigan.
And it's not planted for him.
It doesn't seem possible at all, does it? Karrigan will step up, he'll give it a go. Mattis in first, Karrigan with the first, taking the shot through the wall. Karrigan's got another, it's the defuse, oh, and it's pulled off. The defuse stuck all the way, and Karrigan, despite getting all the kills, can make it happen.
That would have been incredible if the captain was able to pull that one off. Very, very close, a quarter second away. Couldn't line up the shot fast enough inside the smoke. Another retake for G2. Despite the effort, the heroic effort out of Karrigan.
fast middle again. Carrigan on the charge. Feeling like he's got a hot hand right now after a couple of kills there at the end of the round, despite losing it. But look at this, aggression from HeavyCod. It's caught Nico. Opening kill for G2.
I don't think they're aware of that Kerrigan is actually here. I think maybe Senpai has spotted something now. Hunter scrambling. There's the Molotov drop. They saw it right at the perfect moment to deny it.
Yeah, Carrigan coming back over towards Temple. Pius is going to see mozii cross. Kyosuke dies. mozii enters the feed. So does Tesses. Monesi's looking towards heaven. He's preoccupied for the time being. But he's just checking on timings.
He's making a lot of noise while doing this, though, so Mattis has a good read. HeavyGod playing A main, smoked off for the moment. Bomb just gets planted. He's coming through.
Yeah, HeavyGod trying to get up through that smoke. The fadeaway happens just at the right time, and Mattis ends up getting caught by mozii. So no chance for G2 in the end. Again, Falcon stabilizing the round despite it looking touch and go.
Yeah, but you can see the influence of Kerrigan in a round like that. Super fast scaling out mid. It's something that they've been able to get all throughout regulation, all throughout their T half in the second half. So he just calls it again and gets more than they bargained for. So he just continues moving forward. Gets a little bit disorganized, a little bit scrappy, some isolated fights when you speed up with that kind of pacing. But he's put some faith in the experience of the players around him. And they've rewarded him here with the 13th round, tying things up yet again.
A tied game. That's exactly what you wanted to see when Falcons and G2 head into the server together at the Major. Back and forth fighting for every scrap available. This is mozii eventually getting the reward for being so patient and locking in that position at red.
And just being that presence there, right? Like Mattis was held off of getting involved in that round for so long just because of the presence of mozii running back and forth. Aggression towards A main from Senpai. He'll have one shot at it. Oh, just narrowly misses the scalp of Kerrigan.
And there's the smoke broken open. mozii given vision for a second, but no one from G2 on the other side of that smoke.
And then the changeup from Kerrigan as well. High octane rounds followed up by this kind of slow pace, casual opening. G2 dumps a lot of utility at the start, while Falcons gets to hang on to theirs.
Being here on Ancient in overtime with mozii taking HeavyGod down, it's got to feel like Falcons are in a strong spot now with the advantage, but how many games in the past, you remember the old Ents core where it had Nerds, it had Senpai going up against Carrigan when he was leading phase. Those were some of the best games we've seen in CSGO on this very map. And here we go again, tit for tat. Hunter gonna be waiting in the back lines as teammates hold down the cave. As Falcons readying themselves to attack into the site, but look at the damage done through that smoke. Tessis all the way up. Putting pressure with utility. It's going to be Kyosuke with a headshot. Nurse to trade.
Yeah, you should be well familiar with this defense, though, if you're Falcons. You've seen it a number of times. There's the swing with flashes. One kill for Mattis, but Nert still lies in wait.
Yeah, one more player in the same position. Nert's not trying to be secret about it. That bomb plant isn't in. They didn't plant. They're going for the fight. Kyosuke's got the bomb, and he's giving them it right back. Okay, it's a little chaotic again.
Yeah, but
it's given a chance to Senpai.
mozii hasn't seen anyone at Cube, so they should be thinking, okay, let's check the flank. Let's worry about B ramp.
Oh, they haven't looked. Haven't checked. Now mozii spots it, and now Nico will peek. So able to get the advantage, a 14-13 lead now for Falcons. Just about clocking Senpai at the right time there.
Yeah, found him right.
Bomb plants, man. They're scaring me on that site.
Sure. Well, I mean, they've dealt with that so many times, and that kind of set up the massive number of bodies in cave for G2. They just said this time we don't want to deal with it. We don't want to we don't want to let you guys just sit in here. So chasing it down, yeah, a bit risky with the bomb being the player to kind of hunt down that kill, but with the flashbang, it works out. We switch sides. G2 back to offense. Falcons on defense, and mozii is going to be aggressive in middle with the AWP. Grabs the angle towards elbow. No defensive smoke, so we could grab this perch.
Flashes ran in. mozii going to drop back and play in from the donut. We got Mattis on the challenge, just sending some shots up towards B, but no real presence there from G2. Their forces are slowly making their way out middle. Nico to jump spot. If he goes again, the scope would be waiting for him, but once he realizes he's been spotted, he'll just throw out a defensive smoke to block that walk up And speaking of walk up, we got Tessas walking down the ramp. We've got Mattis, who has just missed it.
They're watching it still, though.
Oh, Tessas round the back. Oh, Tessas ripping the hearts out of G2 with that aggressive play. Kerrigan steps forward, this time dead at the hand of Sampaius.
Information, though, that's the bomb in the AWP in the middle of the map. Still waiting at the jump up, so they know A is still a very real possibility for the finishing move.
When odds have been stacked against G2, when you doubt them most, that has been the moment they have stepped up. Let's see if they can do it one more time. 3v4, 35 seconds, and a finishing move towards this B-bomb site. And it is Heavy God who has been their talisman player. Trying to link up with Nertz. He's getting closer. Nertz trying to step through, but it's such a strong crossfire. Only Kyosuke is required. The tap on the plant. Nico steps through, and it's all falling apart here for G2. It's going to be series point for Falcons. Heavy God doing what he can, but it's the time. There's not enough of it. The bomb is implanted, and even Heavy God can't change this fact. Falcons will head up to series point, 15-13.
Falcons didn't get any opportunities in the first half for the strong play. It was G2 with the one chance at 12-11 to win the map. Now Falcons is going to have 2 rounds of their own to accomplish the same thing. Perfect timing from Tess's. I think Hunter was even watching this at a distance, but they kind of both gave up the angle after that jump spot from Madis. A lovely push from Tess's. This timeout will come to a close. Final chance for Saw. Final chances for G2 in this opening series. Falcons can taste that 1-0 start in this stage 3 Swiss system. Round 29. Up for Modesty, up for Sampaius.
Nico, down elbow, down and out. It is Nertz for the opening kill. Tessas to respond, continuing to be the thorn in G2's side on this final map. Modesty next, he will strike through. Bomb is spilled, and G2's blood will join it. It is Modesty going again and again. One of the contenders for the trophy have arrived here in Cologne. Falcons made to work for it. But looking like they are going to close this first series. It's Kyosuke around the back, looking to be the player to close it out, and he will be. The headshot comes in, and Falcons will take it versus G2. Really pushed to the brink.
Really pushed to the brink, and a classic from Kerrigan. A tough, grindy battle on this third and deciding map that goes into overtime, and he takes it over the finish line. Heroics from Nico in this series, from Modesty in this series. He got up to 22 kills on this final map. Kyosuke, he was the captain, he was the leader. 24 kills on this map. An absolute beast. And you got to be so proud of that if you're Falcons, from getting wiped out of the server on map number 1, the comeback to standing tall here against a G2 performance that was very, very good. Falcons looking solid coming into this major.
Yeah, G2 showing their level as well. Some of these individuals are incredible. Heavy God's Deagle moment stands out as the highlight from the game, but Falcons can celebrate an opening win right down to the wire, but a victory it shall be. And we know this is going to be an incredibly difficult stage. Stage 3 with so many of the world's best teams all here in play. And G2 taking a loss that was so close to being theirs.
But what's kind of cool about this match is I don't think you can levy too much criticism onto G2. Like, it's not like they looked bad or anything, right? Like, players were there. Nertz played well. Heavy God played well. A few mistakes, obviously, but, you know, it's a grindy game, and this is how it happens. We got Freya down ready to talk to the victors, talk to Modesty.
I am indeed. Congratulations, Modesty. Overtime obviously required, but this one does fall in your favor. Can you just tell me what you guys switched up in the overtime? Because it was very close at the tail end of Ancient.
Ask Kerrigan. I mean, Maxime was very good. 1 second. We were playing very good on overtime. Finn was scoring also insane on T side, and Maxime also, because we fight a lot for mid, and Maxime was taking a lot of also control on middle, and I would say Maxime, Finn, amazing players.
So much impact. Of course, coming from you as well, though. Individual form, firing on all cylinders, mezii, a 3K to close out that last round as well. How fired up are you entering this major?
How what?
How fired up are you? How hungry are you?
I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry to play every game here on Major. From the first game when we arrived here, you can see everyone in everyone's eyes. Everyone wants to play this game.
The crowd absolutely loves seeing you as well. Just from the outside, though, mezii, it did look a bit messy. Did it feel a bit messy inside the game?
At the beginning of the game, maybe at the beginning on Inferno, yes. I mean, we were kind of in the control on City on Inferno, but we started losing some rounds. It was like very close game, you know. We could have done better, but obviously we step up on the second map, and after everything began.
Obviously, you've got a lot of history versus G2, versus Hunter as well. We saw you giving him a hug after this victory as well. Does it ever get tough facing your former teammates and obviously friends as well?
Yes, of course. I mean, the hardest match was when we played in Budapest and it was 2-2 and someone from us would leave Major, you know. But I mean, this is the first game and I'm happy that it's first game, you know, not the last one like it was on Major on the previous one. But obviously it's always hard to play. We kind of understand how we play, you know. We expect each other things that we do, and yeah, I don't know, I'm just happy we won this game.
Just final question, mezii. You got a lot of fans here. Anything you want to say to them?
Yes, guys, thank you for support. I heard everyone.
Lots of nice Ilias going down here. Congratulations, that's Falcons through 1-0.
You can always count on Falcons to entertain you, whether it's pretty, whether it's clean, whether it's messy. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter as long as you get the job done. And in this instance, Ash, Falcons got the job done. It took overtime, took some, I guess, heroics coming out from mezii, Nico, Kyusuke for that matter as well, but a win is a win.
Yeah, win is a win, and to be fair, G2 got off to a good start, and they got the second force buy round in the second half as well. So I'm happy that I think the better team did win here from Falcons. They were proactive, they were solid. I think I saw more here that I liked, just in general. It's like good signs here that they could do something dangerous later in the tournament. Just need to get some more consistency. Like, this is felt like a bit of a warm-up game for them.
We saw a bit of that mental fortitude as well, you know, that we sometimes have been questioning when it comes to Falcons. Not always sure they have it in them, you know, in terms of staying in the game and mentally sometimes capitulating. But this time around, you know, when it was looking the most dire on Ancient, they found a way to actually string 2 or 3 rounds together on that T side and force it into overtime.
Yeah, they're just about enough. And like I said, I'm happy the way they played overall. I think they did a pretty good job. And then they kept it going in overtime. That was the most important thing. And it was a scary one today. G2 haven't been the best against the best opposition. You don't really care. You get through the game.
Got to be a bit heartbreaking if you're G2, though. You had it right there. You had that opportunity. And it was pretty messy from Falcons to be closing it out as well. If you're G2 right now, that one's got to sting.
I feel like they're looking at this game as a missed opportunity. Obviously, knowing they need 3 wins in order to make the playoff. This one was up for the taking. This one was definitely possible for them to win. And I think it's only going to get harder for G2 the deeper we get into the tournament. So yeah, it's a little bit too early, you know, to tell whether or not this is going to have a consequence for G2. But I agree with your sentiment. I feel like this was a game where they felt they were in it all the way to the end.
I agree as well. And you got to remember, I think Falcons potentially could be the second best team here. Potentially, it's pretty close between a few teams. And you go 3 maps. You go overtime. This game was very, very close. And like I said, Dust 2, there were moments. I understand the confidence is pretty low and you need to convert some of those moments. I think it's not the worst loss in the world for them. They can look to try and start again tomorrow.
Well, you've picked out a moment from Ancient because it did get down to the wire. We're going to start with round 26. What did you pick out here?
Yes, I wanted to go to this one because it felt like the game kind of reset in overtime again. And this just starts off terribly. They lose the first round and instantly B-push comes down. And the game's kind of in trouble here, but I love the quick reactions here from Carrigan. No hesitation, straight through that window smoke. He isn't worried about the spacing. And because of this quick reaction here, it doesn't matter really that they have the disadvantage and they've lost all this B control. mezii is locking the rotations. There's 3 Ts coming from different positions. And they end up in this scenario where they've conceded so much map control for the kill that it almost doesn't feel worth it. And they get unbelievable positions for the opponent as well. And I just love the fact that this was the game potentially right here. You go 2-0 down to a proactive CT side, you're in big trouble. They instantly bounce back, they took the space, and they turned a terrible situation into a very advantageous one.
That's what you get when you sign Carrigan. I'm not saying, you know, in an alternative world that Kixon wouldn't have made the same call, impossible to know, but you get that experience, you get that quickness, you get that reaction coming out from Carrigan. They're not being afraid of actually walking through the smoke and just going for it, despite the game being 13-12, right, where you feel like, okay, maybe that's one of the moments where you just chill out a little bit, you find a different opening into the round. But Kerrigan has all that experience, and as all the players have been saying so far, the mid-round calling from Kerrigan, that's kind of what they bought into.
Probably one of the many moments Mathieu was referencing in an interview saying, you know, Kerrigan making some great calls. You want to rewind just a little bit, though, more, Ash. We've got round 15. What are you looking at here?
I mean, I just kind of want to shout out Heavy God a little bit, because I think this game wouldn't be epic. You need big moments in Counter-Strike. It doesn't matter how good you are tactically, you need people to show up and show that they really deserve to be at tier 1. And I understand here there's some over-peaking, perhaps going from Falcons one by one, but you've got to hit these shots. The game's kind of slipping away from this point. This is 10-6 if you lose this round, you know, full eco. And I think at that point now, the game is done, but you get to overtime, you get chances because people show up in those moments. I think Nertz as well, the stats may not see it, but he felt like he had a lot of kills there he shouldn't have got. This is kind of what G2 need more, I think, to be the next level, because they do look good tactically, but Falcons have more of these moments than G2 do.
Yeah, lots of impact coming out of the individuals of G2, but sadly it does end in heartbreak. But one more game does await us today. That is going to be Spirit, who absolutely speed ran through stage 2, taking on one last team ready to make their Cologne debut. That is Na'Vi, and it's going down after this.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about. I had so many trades trading anything.